for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Testing, testing. One, two, three. Microphone. Can you folks hear me out there? Family, talk to me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing, testing. One, two, three. Testing, 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 testing. Can't hear or no? I wanna can't hear me. I can't hear Kevin. Okay. Me can't. Oh, Donna. Big up yourself, Donna. And as well, so Freedom. No, it was Freedom. So good to see you. Freedom. Yeah, loud and clear. Freedom, Donna. All right. People. All right. Kevin. I'm gonna flash now. See you. All right. Folks, listen. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Thanks for tuning in to Reason with Rattigan. This is one of the places to be. And if you notice, I say one of the places to be. If you care about truth and if you're interested in thorough research and comprehensive analysis, this is truly one of the places to be. No spin, no spin, just the unvarnished truth. And you know what Bob says, the truth is an offense, but it's never a sin. Never, never a sin. As usual, we start with Malcolm X. You know, education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And as usual, preparation means your attention and, of course, your pen and your paper. Big up yourself, Jeffrey Tavares. I see you draw out Mr. Morgan this morning. we'll talk about that. Today, the reasoning will include the following. We're going to go back and do a recap of last week because we covered a lot of things last week. And some of you even called me and said, listen, if you could encapsulate some of the segments you did, particularly the one with the Prime Minister's alleged ownership and alleged, he was the alleged subject of the Integrity Commission's investigation. They asked me if I could go back and just do an abbreviated form of it in a chart. And we've done that. So we're going to present that. We're also going to be looking at developing industry that could mean a windfall for Jamaica. And no, we're not talking about oil. And no, we're not talking about gold. And by the way, they are mining for gold in Jamaica. Some of you know, some of you, I suspect that a lot of you didn't know that. And then we're going to be looking at the upcoming general election, people. And we're going to be looking at it from the perspective of it being a referendum on the government of Jamaica's performance over the past 9 years. We're not, I repeat, we are not going, Gene Allen, oh, this is a nice chair. Yeah, we are not going to discuss future promises that they're going to come and they're going to tell you this and they're going to tell you that. We are going to look at their performance. And to some degree, it involves their promises going back to 2016. So we're going to do that. Gene, you see my big chair, right? And I tell you what, Gene, it actually goes all the way back. I was demonstrating it for Kevin a while ago, and Kevin said, "No, sir, you look too relaxed. Maybe I should show you what it looks like when it go back." See that, and then you can stretch out and relax. But we're not gonna do that today. We are gonna be. There you go. We'll focus on what we have to do, so we have to be upfront right here. We have Relax with the Rebel. Tonight, I'll be taking another break. Kind of like just relaxing, kind of easing back into things. So you will be entertained by Reggae Global Radio, their playlist. I won't be on tonight. And then tomorrow, easy like Sunday with the Rebel and DJ Kevin Stu. We won't be on tomorrow. Another break. But trust me, it's not a permanent break. We're coming. We will be returning. But it's just that we're planning some things right now, and we will keep you apprised of what's going on. Come Reason with Rattigan. That is the Wednesday program. And those of you who watched it this past Wednesday realized that I was not on the program. I was absent. However, Dr. Ben continued in fine style, outstanding fashion. And I just want to say to him, Dr. Ben, much appreciated. I thank you very, very much. And as I said to him a while back, I said, listen, this is your program, you know. So you come on and you have the keys to the house. You really don't need somebody to give you a key. You just come on. So if I can't make it, you come on and you do your thing. And that's exactly what he's doing. So big up yourself, Dr. Ben. We're supposed to have a guest pretty soon. But in the meantime, prayers up for Papa Trevor, Ma P, Ma Jean, Ma Gina Oyakal. Please forgive me. Desmond, Paul, Bunny Jump. Yes, my brother. Joanna Marie, get well soon. Fireball. Get well soon. Fittest dad is dread. Mrs. Nelson, Bob D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, Danny Goops, and Roland, all the way out of England. We call him the valiant one around here because he's not afraid of speaking his mind and taking people to task. And finally, big up our ambassadors, our Magnitsky team. And of course, producer Joan, big up yourself. Big up, big up, big up, big up. Now, folks, we have a guest coming on. I may have to take a little break to call him. But here's the thing. We can't show his face. And we have to disguise his voice for some very obvious reasons. But you are going to hear some things today about our little Jamaica and what we've done with our resources and what we're doing with our resources and our plans for our resources. If we do this right, that place behind me will not look like that. It will look a lot better if we do it right. If we structure the right agreement and we come to the table as honest brokers and we take care of our people, there's enough money there to take care of our people. It's an upcoming industry. And we're going to talk about it. Let me jump on and see what producer Joan have for me. Okay, there it is. We're going to talk about the emerging industry that could produce a windfall for Jamaica. Some of you know about it. Most of you, I gather, probably don't know about it. Intertwined in that discussion is one concerning the Maroons. And you heard the story about the Maroons and their disagreement with the government not too long ago. But you're going to hear the real reason why the government is so interested in the cockpit country, what they're planning to do. And that's why we say the continued vigilance for the Maroons. And a Chief Curry came on one time and said that all of us are Maroons. All of us, we can all trace our lineage back to the Tainos and the enslaved Africans in Jamaica. But continued vigilance is our investment in this potential bonanza. If we just sit back and allow what the government is planning to do, we're giving away our birthright, we're giving away our economy, we're giving away our future. And so we're going to talk about that. The first two topics, see that emerging industry that could produce a windfall for Jamaica, and the Maroons' continued vigilance is your investment in this potential bonanza. Those two topics are intertwined. We'll get to them. And then, as I just mentioned, the upcoming general election, a referendum on the government's performance over the past 9 years. And you know where I'm going with this, people. We've done our research. We've gone back and we've looked at a bunch of speeches, sectorial debates, press conferences, post-cab briefings, individual interviews, and we've looked at the manifestos. We've looked at almost everything right now. And we are going to bring to you revelation. We're going to bring revelation to you. And then you'll be the judge. Yeah, today we'll have Kevin JAMAICA is supposed to be here. Kevin is here. Okay. Alpha is, we'll call him K, I believe, but Alpha is here. I'll bring on Kevin. Kevin there. Welcome, Kevin. Well,
Looks like you just freeze.
who? You just froze.
You just a while ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I did. Oh,
Okay.
well,
And let me
greetings and
see here.
salutations. People. I'm back.
We have somebody called Alpha, who's also known as X. X. And Kevin, take over. Let me just
Yes, man.
call X and just make sure.
No. He's good to go. X is all good to go. Oh, look like Rebel gone. All right. So when him come back, Greetings and salutations, everybody. Good to be back. Good to be back. Several things happened last weekend. Happy Easter to you all. Ronnie is my there. I'm right here. Right there. I'm going anywhere far for too long. Big ups to each and every one of you. I truly missed y'all last week. In the midst of the events happening last week, I also got sick. Anybody got sick last week? I got the flu last week. So I left work on Wednesday with my throat feeling a little itchy. Went to the optician, and I was supposed to be live on the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew last Wednesday. Didn't happen. By the time I got home, the optician's appointment was for what? 4. By the time I got home, and I felt funny when I left there. So I stopped at the Wally World and I picked up garlic, ginger, lemons. I have honey at home. And by the time I got home to make my little formula, I ate some food and that was it. I had to put on a rebroadcast for Wednesday night's Real Talk on a night shift to DJ Kevin Stew. And Carleen, I am not in Jamaica, so I didn't get any of the chicken. No. And so between, I would say, 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock, that was it. I was out. I was done for. It wasn't happening. And see, Darren said she had it last week too. Stayed home Thursday. Had a good burner split with some rosemary. I don't know. Maybe it sounds like it upon some next level thing. And rested, dosed up on vitamin C, took a little formula, and rested on Friday. Saturday, I was good to go. Ready again for the world. But I had the event Saturday evening, so I couldn't have been here for it. But I'm all good now. And I trust y'all are doing well. To see Rebel coming on well, Rebel get fancy chair where we can recline and lay down. And in the midst of all of that, people, every time you see him sit down for too long, just say, hey, time to take a break, go walk. Because guess what?
And drink water.
And drink the water. Because here's what happened, people. Sedentary jobs are our biggest killers, especially here in the United States. So even if you sit around a lot to work, get up. Take a break, get up. You're improving productivity anyway. Get up, walk down the aisle, walk around the building, go somewhere. Say OT agreeing with me. Go somewhere. Get your circulation going, get your mind reset, get your eyes reset because you're always focusing on a screen. So get up, move around, come back to it, be productive again because you do a whole reset. It's good for your overall well-being. It's good for your mental well-being. And it's good for productivity. So without further ado, I'm glad to be back. Right after we get done at 8 o'clock, the Saturday Stew is back on Reggae Global Radio. So come hang out and make a vibe out and have a good time. I probably will not be going over into the 10 o'clock hour. Let me tell you all from now. I got things to take care of tonight. So I will not be going over into the 10 o'clock hour. Rebel.
All right. Welcome back, Kevin. Now, folks, some of you ask about the chair. This is a gamer chair. No, it's not. It's actually a chair for people who sit for long periods.
Extended hours.
Yeah, it's ergonomically correct. All it means, the ergonomic, it just means that it fits you right, and the support is where it's supposed to be, so that get up like how I used to get up after sitting for a long time in a chair that's not designed for extended sitting. So that's where we are. Um, this morning, and I'm gonna bring on Alpha right now. Alpha is there. Alpha is gonna come on, and Alpha is gonna blow your minds. Engagement norms: be an active listener, use your time effectively, be present, speak and comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint, celebrate others' contributions, and please, please, please enjoy the experience. All right, we're going to move this because we have some things that we have to do now. No, I want to bring on somebody now. You, as I said, you will not see the person and the voice is disguised for reasons best kept to ourselves. And we are going to talk about an industry that Jamaica should be involved in. Jamaica actually started the process, but I don't want to say too much. I'd much rather have Alpha come on and tell you the things, and then we can go from there. So without further ado, let me bring on Alpha. Alpha, welcome.
Thank you, Will.
Hey,
here.
hey,
I made it,
hey,
brother.
Yeah,
hold on.
the voice.
I'm going to need for you to bring Alpha on, please. That don't sound like the Alpha I know.
Okay.
So,
Test 1, 2,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
no,
No, try
that's-
again, Alpha.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Try again.
Let me give me a quick
All right, let
second
me
here.
take off Alpha, and then you can go straighten that out, Kevin.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Somebody just asked about Curiosity Kids. I haven't seen Daisy magazine in a while. I missed her on the show. Where is she? Hey, just so you know, I spoke with my sister Daisy this morning, and we talk frequently. So everything is fine. She's actually watching the show. I don't know if she's in the chat, but she's actually watching the show. So Kevin is going to go and take care of Alpha because we just don't want anything as far as identifying this person. Person very connected, lots of information, and we were supposed to bring Alpha on a few weeks ago, and because we couldn't get the technology down in terms of the physical identification, that's fine, doesn't have to come on camera, but the verbal identification, we are trying our best to make sure that we protect this person. So we will wait for Kevin to straighten that out. In the meantime, let me see. Hold on one second. Okay. Yeah, this morning, folks, we had I got a phone call actually last night from Portland Spice, our good friend Shaka, and he asked me to come on the program to express my opinion regarding the prime minister, whether or not he should be on the ballot. And he told me about some of the people who would be on, but he didn't mention that Senator Marlon Morgan would be on. But it's fine, it's no problem, because he and I were talking about, most of the time we spent talking about something else. So this morning, folks, I got on. And for those of you who listened, you can verify. For those of you who did not listen, you're in for a treat. We were going around, and there were, how many of us? I think the head boy, Jeffrey Tavares, myself, and Fireman, Conrad O'Brien. And then all of a sudden, Shaka said, we're going to be joined by Senator Marlon Morgan. And I was surprised, but I was happy. I was happy because I've been trying to get him on the program since December 23rd, and he indicated that he would come on the program. And we talked about this last week. And then last week, he just saw it fit to kind of like just cuss me out and said that I'm an antagonist and that I'm trying to undermine the government. What's interesting about that, those two statements, is that him not say them things about the PNP, UIC, NDM, all the other parties. I'm not running for anything, right? Yet he saw it fit to say that I'm an antagonist and that I'm trying to undermine the government. And so I started thinking to myself, what's the message in all of this? Because he's talking about an individual. I would expect him to talk about that, talk in those terms about a political party. But he said that about me and the show. And I said, okay, fine. So I told him, I said, look, I know you're watching, continue to watch. And I told him what the topics would be last week. So today I was kind of shocked. I was kind of shocked, but I was happy because I said, no, I get a chance to actually talk to him. And during the conversation, he said that, you know, he had essentially 5 PNP supporters against him. And I started saying to myself, but wait a minute, hold on a second. Why is it he would come on a program with 5 surrogates, PNP surrogates, I think that is the term he used. But then he won't come on this program, people. And I've been very respectful. Most of you people, family members, you know me. I don't curse, right? I don't curse people over here. In fact, I'm too lenient. I let people talk a lot. And that's one of the criticisms of this program, that we let people get away with too much. We let them talk. But I say, listen, you have to listen to people, especially people who disagree with you, because then you give them a chance to test their theory. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you never know. You may explain a point to them that heretofore they didn't understand, didn't see it coming. And so they'll say, oh, you know what? Yeah, especially when you put them in a position where it's just, they have to admit. And here's what Senator Marlon Morgan did. I was nothing but respectful to him. And then he started some low blows about my application for the police commissioner, that this commissioner is better than me, and that wasn't even up for discussion. But he said those things. Now I could have said things about him that I know, going back to his days over at the Ministry of Education, when he was there when Dean Roy Bernard was there. He was there when Grace McLean was there. He was there when Royal Reed was there. There are things I could have said about things that I know, but no, that's not my style. And and this is a common tactic, and we do it in the courtroom too. We say, look, if you have the law, the best case you can have is one where the law supports your case, and you quote chapter and verse to the judge. If you don't have that, then you try and twist the facts to meet the requirements of your case. And then if you can't do that, then you attack the person. And so he saw it fit to attack me. But let me just say to him that, sir, regardless of what you may think about me, fact of the matter is you haven't addressed the questions I asked you. I asked you about the death investigation. How many people have been put in that pool since 2016? You couldn't answer. I asked you about the desalination plants, Moses Park. You couldn't answer. And then you said, oh, there are people who are responsible for these programs, and so they're not here. But then he went on to give us a litany of water programs. And then I said to him, but sir, you still haven't. It's funny you said really that there's some, there are experts who can talk about this. You went on to talk about this all the way through, but still you haven't addressed the issues. And that's why, see, he won't come around here. And I want to big up all of the people who participated this morning, especially Shaka, because they asked him questions that it was difficult for him to answer. Because here's what's going to happen when he comes around. I'm hoping that he does, because look, he's a Jamaican, and I like him. And I would love to have a discussion, a civil discussion with him about the issues. We may disagree on some, we may agree on others, but at least people can get to see both viewpoints. And I tell you, Kevin, it was something else, with him saying the things that he said because he couldn't answer the question. Because when he comes around here, people, we are going to treat him. We're going to ask him questions as if he's a hostile witness. We're going to ask him questions as if he's
don't use that word. Don't.
no, but a
hostile.
hostile witness is somebody who's supposed to be on your side, but then they get on the stand and then them start. There's somebody who's supposed to be speaking the truth, and then they get on the stand and then them start lying, them start say a whole bunch of other things, and then at that point your questioning will change, or we have some cross examination. Because here's how you deal with somebody like Senator Marlon Morgan. He has the gift of gab. And so he will string you with a whole bunch of words, and you sometimes you don't even know what they mean, but he's stringing them along, and you say, "Oh, this sounds good." Here's how you deal with him: you break it down, and then you ask him very simple questions: yes or no. Just ask him yes or no. You ask him a question. You don't give him a chance to roam. Yeah, you don't give him a chance to roam. You just ask him yes or no. Believe me, I've had many, many years of experience dealing with people like Senator Marlon Morgan. I'm hoping he will come. I doubt he will come. But all of you, the bloggers out there, if you have him on your program and you want me to come on, just invite me. I most certainly will oblige. Anyway,
all right.
We're going to get to him still enough, but let's bring on. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Alpha, you still here with us?
Alpha.
Yes. Here, can you hear me?
Yeah. You're muted though.
Can you hear me?
He's on this side.
Okay.
Yeah, everything's good now?
Loud and clear.
All right, people, we have with us today Alpha. You don't need to know his name. You don't need to know anything more about him. We're not going to give you an introduction about this person, except to say that this person has a lot of information concerning an emerging industry globally. It's also in Jamaica. And so we want to find out from Alpha, what does he know regarding this industry? Who are the players? How is the government involved? Where is this stockpile of raw material? And why is the government so interested in going up to the cockpit country? So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Alpha. Alpha, welcome.
Alpha, you still with us? You went really low.
Does it make a difference if you unmute? If you unmute?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Ah, there you are.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Will, you hearing him?
Yes, I can hear you, Alpha.
That means everybody is hearing you.
Okay, good. Okay, very good.
All right, Alpha, let me start by asking you an open-ended question. What is this emerging industry that we're talking about?
Well, the emerging industry that we're referring to revolves around an old industry that has been, I don't know if you would call it a beneficial industry to Jamaica or not. It may have benefited some. I don't know about it. Certainly not all. But it has caused some problems, and that's the bauxite mining industry. So the bauxite mining industry has had a byproduct, very caustic, toxic byproduct that most people know as red mud.
Red mud.
And red mud is the byproduct, it's the tailings, it's the waste left over after bauxite is processed into aluminum. So this potentially new industry for Jamaica would piggyback on the back of the bauxite industry. And mainly because the bauxite industry created the red mud. And there is, even though it is a waste product, even though it is a highly toxic product that is sitting on the ground in Jamaica in huge amounts already, and actually, polluting the Jamaican environment to an extent that it's hard to even express. There is some potential positives to it, and that is where this new industry would potentially come in. The new industry would revolve around cleaning up the bauxite tailings, the red mud that we have sitting on the ground right now. We have it at Yorkton. We have it at Kirkvine. We have it at Hayes. We have it at Maine. So we have these large pools of bauxite tailings, these pools of red mud that are around the country in these different areas.
Hold on, Alpha. They're not hearing you clearly. Can you switch to another one, Kevin?
No. Because of the voice disguise, you have to really listen. His words are coming across clearly. It's just because you don't. The timbre of his voice is a little bit different from what you'd normally hear. But listen, and you'll hear what he's saying.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Continue.
You have a hard time understanding what I'm saying?
Yes.
Right.
Well, let me see if there are any tweaks the quality of the voice that I can do.
No, there are people that are hearing. It's just a couple that don't hear clearly. A bunch of them are hearing quite fine. And I was listening in also on the stream, and the stream was coming across just fine. So I can hear you. So go ahead.
Continue. Okay.
Okay. So we have a lot of red mud on the ground in Jamaica. It's been a toxic blight on the country for years. And if you live in the areas of Maine or Yorkton or Kirkvine, you know what I'm talking about. But there's something else in that red mud that could be very valuable to Jamaica. It could actually usher in an entirely new industry, an industry that is a high-tech industry, an industry that would bring high-paying jobs, and an industry that would clean up this environmental disaster that Jamaica is currently living with.
Mm-hmm. Well, you muted, Rebel. My question, as it relates to this industry, how long would Jamaica start seeing the benefits of this industry if Jamaica got involved with it today?
If they got involved with it today, they would start seeing the benefits of it almost immediately, because they would start to figure, because there would be some gearing up process, construction jobs, jobs for people that may have previously worked in the bauxite industry that could be retrained to work in the new industry, which would be extracting very valuable rare earth elements that currently exist in the red mud for use for the technology industry. Rare earth elements are in everything from your cell phone to your computer to high-tech military and aerospace applications. And rare earth, you may have heard about it in the news lately. They're fighting over rare earths all over the world because the Chinese control most of the rare earths. And for people in the West, the Chinese are kind of holding it over people's heads. And there's potentially an opportunity in Jamaica to be able to recover these rare earths and use the new industry of extracting rare earths from the red mud to not only clean up the island, but produce a new high technology industry in Jamaica that could, benefit the country in so many ways. Starting with the cleanup of an environmental disaster to high-paying tech jobs and putting Jamaica in a place of standing with the rest of the world.
Let me just add something here, Alpha.
Your mic. I can hear you, but you're low.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mic check. Okay. No, Alpha.
Turn up a little more.
I'm looking at some statistics here, and what I'm seeing is that since 2010, and this is how far we're going back now, people. Since 2010, they found high rare earth elements at Kirkvine in Manchester. That's 2010, around 2010. Then in 2013, the government of the day entered into a pilot program with a Japanese company called Nippon Light Metal to see how they could extract these elements from red mud.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's a commodity. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to fluctuate with the market, supply and demand. And there are some wild swings. And at the time, even though it was proof positive that Jamaica had an enormous stock of REE in red mud, because of the prices, the world price, the program was not continued. And then there are some challenges as well. There's some challenges with energy, because it takes a tremendous amount of energy to extract these elements. And as you know, Jamaica doesn't have reliable electric power. Then there's a transportation issue. Then there's a storage issue. Then there's an issue concerning the building of the labs. There's also an issue of having skilled workers. And then there are environmental considerations. So now we have a benchmark, 2010. Then we move to 2013. And in 2013, something interesting happened in the cockpit country. There's a group called the Cockpit Country Stakeholders Group. And I believe that they came up with a number amounting to 281,000 acres in the cockpit country. That they said these lands are maroon lands. And in 2017, it was reduced to 185,000. And then in 2018, 2019, there was a lease granted to a mining company, And the government set aside, I believe, 6,000 acres for mining, which encroached on maroon lands. And that's when we started hearing the Prime Minister talking about the sovereignty issue. That it started back then. Then 2021, 2022, the Prime Minister rejected the maroon sovereignty claim. And in 2021, 2022, in 2022, the Maroons, they filed a lawsuit. So that's the chronology. But in addition to that, what you have is a geopolitical dimension. Why do I say that? China produces 60% of REEs. Think about it. They've cornered the market. 60% of rare earth elements, they're produced by China. And China controls 85% of the processing capacity. That's what you call a monopoly. Now, keep in mind that we need these rare elements. They're used for cell phones. They're used for computers. They're used for missiles. They're used in the defense industry. And you see what's going on all over the place. They're having wars right now. And America is having a shortage of this. So China owns Alpart Aluminum Refinery. They took over in 2016. And China, and I think it was this DJ Kabaka Pyramid who said Jamaica is a Chinese loan. All of Jamaica is a Chinese loan. You know, because they control the port, at least one port in Kingston. They control the roads.
Yes.
They control construction. They're now into business. They own land. They're building a huge development out by Miami Bay. And Jamaica
they own the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building.
They own the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building. And Jamaica is indebted to the Chinese. We've taken lots and lots of loans from them. So the question that came up and I had a long discussion with Alpha. One of the discussion points was who owns the red mud in Jamaica? Alpha, can you address that, please?
Please restate the question. I'm having a little trouble hearing you. There's been a little bit of feedback. I can get most of what you're saying, but please restate the question.
Sure. Who owns the red mud in Jamaica? Or better yet, I have a better question. Can you talk to us about the 36 tons of Jamaican red dirt that is sitting in Louisiana? Who controls that? And who controls the red mud in Jamaica based on contract, based on how business have been done throughout the years, with and without a contract?
Okay, I can do that. So the 35 million tons of red mud that has been produced at the alumina facility in Louisiana with Jamaican bauxite, to the company that everyone knows as Noranda, that basically belongs to the Americans in Louisiana now, because they transported it out. They transported the bauxite out of the country. That, you know, Noranda was the only company that was not processing bauxite into alumina in Jamaica. At Discovery Bay, they ship it to Louisiana and then process it there. So over the years of processing all this bauxite in Louisiana, they've had the same problem that has been here in Jamaica, in that they have accumulated a lot of this caustic red mud, somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 million to 40 million tons of it sitting up there. I think, you know, the Jamaican government and Jamaican legal system was looking into, because this was not part of the plan when the whole bauxite industry came into to being, as to what other materials might be there in the same ore, the same material. So there's a lot of critical materials that were there that people didn't really realize. So, like you were talking about, around 2010. So because the bauxite ore was shipped out of Jamaica before it was processed, and then it was processed in the U.S., it's going to be, almost impossible for Jamaica to get that red mud back. So, for all intents and purposes, that red mud belongs to the company formerly Noranda, which is now known as Atlantic Aluminum. And so that's who that red mud belongs to. So, but there's another approximately 135 million tons. Let that sink in for a minute. 135 million tons of red mud are currently sitting in Jamaica. It's sitting in Newarton, it's sitting in Kirkvine, it's sitting in Hayes and Clarendon, and it's sitting in Maine in St. Elizabeth. So that has been a question. You talk about the ownership. Who owns it? That's a good question, because there was never any accommodations made for what might be extra in the tailings or in the ore, in the bauxite that would be valuable, and never, nothing was included in any of the contracts. So that is a problem. That is a question that has to be solved before an industry to extract the valuable components of the red mud could be established in Jamaica. Who actually owns it? Who actually owns it? And so there's been some arguments made, and so you might say that each facility, so at Kirkvine and Newarton, it would be, in theory, UC Rusal, the Russian mining company, Windalco, that owns that red mud. And in Maine, it would be, Gisco Alpar, Sequan Iron and Steel, Chinese company that owns that. And in Clarendon, at Hayes, that red mud there would be 45% owned by the Jamaican government and 55% owned by Century Aluminum, which is now the managing partner of JAMAICA. So, but with the question on clear ownership, who actually owns the red mud, that is something that's going to have to be really settled before Jamaica could actually benefit from an industry that extracts rare earth elements and other critical materials such as gallium and titanium and iron. There's a lot of iron in there too. And so that's a question that has to be answered, and is going to be answered probably by the Jamaican government and the court.
What's interesting is that in the bauxite industry, Jamaica issues mining licenses, and then there are royalties paid on alumina or the exported ore. This is based on the Mining Act of 1947. So the Jamaican government would give a license to a mining company, then they would mine, they would process the bauxite into alumina, and then they would ship that alumina out of the country to wherever, the US, wherever, and then it would be further processed into aluminum. So Jamaica doesn't have an aluminum
Right.
plant. They can do the alumina, and that's it. But I've been told that they're, even with the residue from the alumina, they have found REEs. And the question is, Jamaica didn't have the foresight. They didn't have the foresight to say, well, wait a minute, there is value in the byproduct. And therefore, we need to have something in place that even if you ship it out, we get some royalty from it. But the question is, and you said it remains to be seen whether or not the courts will intervene. The red mud lakes that they have in Jamaica, these hazardous sites, who owns them? Because if the Jamaican government is paid only on royalty based on the tonnage and the alumina that's shipped out of the country, then they don't own the Red Lake or the Red Lakes, and so they have no right to the REEs. We don't know, because, like you said, in 2021, let me just add this government sought advice regarding ownership, and there were two interpretations. One was that mining companies would pay royalties on the Red Lake, the red mud lakes in Jamaica, once they're processed and REEs can be extracted, that Jamaica would get a percentage of the value of the REEs. And there's another interpretation saying that once it's bauxite or alumina, once that product has left Jamaica, Jamaica has no claims overseas. And this was in 2021. And to date, we haven't heard what the Jamaican government's position is on this, except to say that this is an industry. And think about it, people. Think about it. The US government, if you recall, they were asking the Ukraine to come to a deal so that REEs could be mined in the Ukraine and shipped to the United States. Now that's halfway around the world. Jamaica is right here on the doorstep, and we have high quality REEs. I can't believe that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was in Jamaica recently, and there was not a discussion concerning this issue. I can't believe it. And then the problem now is we have a geopolitical issue, because China has heavily invested in Jamaica, and China now is going to say, look, we want, because China is the leading producer, the leading the leading producer and the leading processor of this material. And as Alpha, as you mentioned to me, they don't have to do much digging, because the stuff is right there. It's topsoil. It's right there. But what I'd like you to do, Alpha, is speak to us about the maroon problem. Talk to us about what's going on with the maroons. Alpha, can you hear us?
Excuse me, but say that one more time.
Yes,
Can
I
you
was
hear me?
asked. Yes, loud and clear.
Yes.
I'm asking you to comment on the issue concerning the maroons up in the cockpit country.
Well, in cockpit country, I mean, what's going on in cockpit country right now is the one American leaf, SML 173, that is, extracting bauxite ore from the western part of St. Anne and eastern part of Ceylon, which has traditionally been, like you said, part of cockpit country, it's part of the maroon land. And so, that was a deal that was made back in 2018 or so, right after they redrew the boundaries. I mean, the deal was being worked on between the Americans and the Jamaican government, and they basically redrew what cockpit country was, the boundaries that they set up with all the stakeholders, the cockpit country stakeholder group, created a boundary for cockpit country in 2013. But then when Miranda wanted more land to be able to mine in, they wanted to encroach on what has traditionally been considered cockpit country and maroon land. So they were able to lobby the cockpit country protected area. That's a smaller footprint that excluded these lands that they wanted to mine on. And soon after this change was made, SML 173 was granted to Miranda, New Day.
Alpha, how this has been going on from what was that date? Will 2016?
Yes, it's been going on for some time. It's been in the works since the 2010.
Since when? 2010?
It's been the 2010s. I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
in the
kind of giving.
teens. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it's been going on since, with the redrawing of cockpit country. And they redrew cockpit. Let's be real here. They redrew cockpit country because they wanted to make more land available to be mined.
Right.
And that area, the area there in western St. Anne and eastern Ceylon is rich in bauxite. But there's other areas that are rich in bauxite too. So, we'll see if there's any other redrawing, of the protected area as we go into the future.
For me, looking on this, as soon as you started addressing it, what immediately played out for me is here we have China being fully invested in Jamaica in such a way that they pretty much own it. And Jamaica's geographic position and relationship with the United States causing an all-out clash, or the makings of one.
Yes.
However, we have been exporting the bauxite to the United States. And are there operations in the United States that can be used to do this conversion of this rare earth element?
There is. In Louisiana, there's a company that it's a spin-off of the bauxite industry. And one of the guys that was involved in the bauxite industry in Jamaica for a long, long time, he decided to get out of the bauxite industry and move into the recycling industry. And what he wanted to recycle was the red mud. So he's doing experiments and working on that 35 million tons of red mud in Louisiana. And he's figured out how to get the rare earth elements, which are so valuable, at because it's not enough to be able to just get them out. You have to be able to get them out in an efficient way that is economically profitable. The Americans are not like the Chinese. They won't put millions and billions of dollars into something if the numbers don't work. They're not.
Mhm.
They're not. The government is not going to subsidize private industry and try and sandbag other industries. So if it doesn't work economically, the Americans aren't going to do it. Unlike the Chinese, they could lose millions and billions of dollars, and as long as it gives the project they're involved with gives them more geopolitical leverage over the countries they're dealing with, they don't care. They'll lose all that money. The
Mhm.
Americans don't want, for one thing, the American companies are not state-owned. The companies in China are all owned by the Chinese Communist Party.
Right.
And so making money is not always the end goal there. It's geopolitical leverage. Now, it's not that the Americans are not interested in geopolitical leverage. They certainly are. But the American companies are not state-owned, and they are not going to go out there and lose a bunch of money on some project that doesn't work economically.
Right.
So what they've been working on in Louisiana is how to extract the rare earth elements from the red mud in an economically feasible way, something that makes money. And I think they figured it out. And it would behoove Jamaica, I would think, to because so Jamaica's been very interested in this whole red mud question as well, outside of the American interest. In fact, they started really getting interested in it before the Americans got involved, like Will was talking about. When Nippon Light Metals, the Japanese company, went in on a 50-50 operation with the Jamaican government to figure out how to extract rare earth elements from red mud. They figured it out. Okay, they did. They figured it out. But the problem was their efficiency level wasn't that great. And with the fluctuations of the values of these commodities in the market, it kind of when the rare earth market got soft, it made it impossible to go on and go forward with this project because the Jamaicans and the Japanese don't work on a money losing model either. So you
Mhm.
can't lose over fist and expect to keep going forward. So the Japanese pulled out. They left the project to the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans basically just let it sit there and haven't done much with it. In the meantime, the Americans were seeing the opportunity here and hoping to maybe refine the process and make it into a money-making proposition, which I think they have done. So at this point, to get an industry off the ground in Jamaica to extract rare earths and be able to capitalize on this for the Jamaican people, the Jamaican government. They're probably their best bet right now is probably to partner with the Americans who have been making this process more efficient, but not give away the ship. I mean, they've got to guarantee the fact that there's a lot of things potentially at stake. You
Right.
don't want to just get all over to them and let them make all the money.
Exactly.
So Jamaica needs to do this in a smart way and guarantee their stake. But the amount of jobs that you create, and I'm not talking about low-paying, menial jobs, but we're talking about high-paid, high-skilled jobs that would be created if this industry were to move forward. So you would have the job side of it, and then you would also have a percentage of the profit. a sharing of the profit, not just be the labor to make it all happen, but also a share in the profit. It is actually, it's a Jamaican resource. And Jamaica as a country needs to decide how they're going to deal with that because, like we were saying before, that one of the biggest obstacles to this burgeoning industry is who owns the red mud. As you've seen, like with the ups and downs of the markets and stuff here lately, markets and industries hate uncertainty. And right now, it's not clear who owns all this red mud out there, and that's a big uncertainty. And, it's going to come down to the Jamaican government and the Jamaican courts to figure out who owns all this red mud. And then from there, how do you structure business agreements and business deals to exploit it and clean up the island? I mean, the benefits to Jamaica beyond economics in cleaning up these red mud lakes would be huge. I mean, these red mud lakes are huge environmental disasters. So cleaning them up and being able to propel Jamaica into kind of a new age of, I'm not sure I want to use the word industrialization, but, an area of a sophisticated economy that's beyond just menial labor. It requires a high level of skill set and creates a market for these skill sets within the country. And that's something that I see the whole red mud question, the whole rare earth question could potentially create in Jamaica. And it's not something that is super far off. I mean, could happen soon. This could happen, immediately. And if for whatever reason, I don't know why both the Jamaican government and the U.S. government, considering all that's going on in the world right now, are not talking more seriously about this. It seems to be off of everybody's radar.
Well, that could be by design.
China
Chi-
certainly
but,
got all that.
well, if China has pretty much monopolized on the market, and the US is kind of inching in, then the quieter they remain as they get in with their resource, the better off they are, because China doesn't, who already is capitalizing on it, doesn't get to step in and possibly buy them out.
True.
China,
But
yeah.
I don't think that's exactly what's going on right now. I think that it's basically atrophy at this point. The Jamaicans, because of all the things that are going on, the elections, all the things that are going on, they're the Americans, they're struggling with their own issues all over the world, and I think they are currently seeing what's going on in Jamaica, and they are not very acutely aware of what's sitting on their doorstep. But that's not going to go on forever. The elections are going to go one way or another soon, and the Americans are going to start to settle down and not be so all over the place. And they're going to realize what's sitting on their doorstep. I've got to think at some point in the not too distant future that Jamaica and the U.S. are going to start to make some deals over rare earth. And that would be a good thing, probably, because it would bring a lot of money into the country, it would bring a lot of jobs, education, and it would clean up these environmental problems.
Alpha, let me ask you this. And Denise McCullough query asked, why would it not be clear who owned the red mud? Isn't every piece of land registered at the tax office? That's a good question, but Denise, it's more complicated than that because you have lease agreement, and then you have rights to the red dirt that's mined. So you have to look at that agreement. So what they've done is they've put these things in holding ponds, and the holding ponds, they're on land, at the very least, if not owned, leased to these mining companies. So, and Jamaica's interest was never in the red mud. Jamaica's interest was in you mine it and you pay me a royalty for what you take out of the earth and what you send overseas. That was Jamaica's interest, and it was so short-sighted. Even today, it's still short-sighted. But Alpha, there is a serious geopolitical question that I think we have to take a look at, and it's this. China wants to maintain its dominance. And the US government is saying, Jamaica, if you know what's good for you, you let us come in and you strike a deal with us, and we will, in other words, protect you, preserve you, pay you. China, on the other hand, is saying, Jamaica, you dare not, because we own you. We own you. So you can't let the Americans come in and take this. We own this thing. How do you see this playing out in the next year or so? How do you see it in terms of a deal between China and Jamaica, and the US and Jamaica? And by the way, I'll just end the question by saying that there's an African proverb: when the elephants fight, the grass suffers. And the elephants in this case are China and the US. And I think Jamaica, I don't know how they're going to get out of this, but give us your take on what a reasonable solution is going to look like.
And
Well,
Alpha, could it possibly be a 3-part deal? Go on.
Well, those are all good questions, and questions that need to be answered. How that all ends up playing out, I'm not sure. But it unfortunately right now, and I think China falls into the same boat. Nobody is paying a lot of attention to these questions as of yet. You and I are. We're kind of ahead of the curve on this, But as far as the American government really looking at it, as far as the Jamaican government really looking at it, as far as even China really looking at it, I don't think any of them are, because they're so caught up in all the other things that they're doing. But kind of to me, it's a huge, a potentially huge asset that has come as a result of the bauxite mining business that's happened over the last 50 or 60 years in Jamaica. And it would be a shame if it just continues to sit there on the ground, leaching into the soil, leaching into the water, being breathed in by, everyone who lives around it. It's coating their food, it's going into their lungs. And, the longer it sits there, the more damage that it does. And the fact that it is such a valuable resource and nobody is doing anything about it, nobody's really recognizing it. I mean, there's a couple of people, the Jamaican Bauxite Institute kind of realizes in the back of their minds that this is something serious that we need to figure out, but they haven't really taken it to the next level. Bobby Stewart, who, the Stewart Empire, hotel empire, he's gotten involved in the whole mining business and everything, and he's started to realize the value of it. And he's been talking to the Jamaican Bauxite Institute, and they've been kind of batting it around, but there hasn't been any real serious attention paid to this, yet. And it's something that's sitting there. It's a valuable commodity, and the development and the exploitation of this commodity could really boost the Jamaican economy, not just in the export value, but in the value of all of the high-tech skills that would be necessary to be trained in and elevate the work market in Jamaica and turn it, into something, a higher tech industry than it's ever been in the past. Have an industry, a serious industry in Jamaica that could, benefit not only the governments and the big shots and the mining companies, but provide a theater, so to speak, of work and economy that could go on for decades. Because if Jamaica develops an industry that becomes expert at extracting these materials and really refining them into usable products instead of sending them off to China to be refined into usable products, Jamaica could be attracting business from all over the world. There's just around the Caribbean and Central and South America, there are other bauxite operations going on around, and they have the same problems sitting there with red mud. One of the things that has made the Jamaican market so valuable that they haven't taken advantage of yet is that in the Jamaican red mud, in the Jamaican bauxite residue, is a much higher level of rare earth than in other areas. In fact, it's 2,500 times as much.
Mhm.
So the red mud in Jamaica is more valuable than red mud in other areas. But that's not to say that Jamaica couldn't help in the processing of red mud from other areas around the Caribbean and Latin America. And it
You
can put take in a whole new place.
you know what, Alpha? I was just about to mention that point to say that Jamaica could be a hub for processing REEs out of red mud, and that would be great. But let me just say one thing. I know Kevin wants to ask a question, but let me just and I want to thank you, Alpha, for sharing a lot of the material with me. You've given me a lot to think about, a lot to chew on, and a lot to read. But you sent me an article, you sent me something, and I just want to read this. And this is for the Jamaican people, but particularly the Maroons. Even though some people would say, "Well, we're all one," we're all Maroons. But you get where I'm going with this. And it says, "We appeal both to reason and emotion because this struggle is deeply rooted in both. Legally, the arguments are sound: treaties, property rights, international norms. Morally and emotionally, the arguments resonate: honoring ancestors, protecting future generations, fairness, and pride." The article goes on to say, "Imagine a future, say in 2030, where this dispute has been resolved amicably. Cockpit country is declared off limits to destructive mining by law. The Maroon communities have formal title to their communal lands. They receive royalties from past extraction that they invest in ecotourism, regenerative agroforestry, carbon sequestration, cultural preservation, and education." All of that means that we're going to develop the cockpit country for the Maroons and others to come and visit and spend money. So they, meaning the Maroons, partner with the government as stewards of a vast protected area that draws visitors from around the world, keen to learn about Maroon history and experience the unspoiled beauty of the land. Young Maroons have reasons to stay or return because their communities are thriving, not threatened. Every January 6th at the Akompong Festival, government officials stand shoulder to shoulder with Maroon leaders, not in uneasy politeness, but in true celebration, knowing that Jamaica did right by the Maroons at long last. That is a future within reach, a future where cold legal logic and warm human emotion converge to produce justice. The alternative is too bleak to bear. a future where distrust festers, where our national narrative is tainted by an unresolved injustice, where cockpit countries green fades to degraded red pits, and Jamaica loses part of its soul. We must choose the brighter path. The Maroons have lit a flame of resolve. It is up to all of us to fan it into a guiding light for our nations. And the last paragraph, quickly. Our land, our heritage, our rights. These are not just Maroon values. They are Jamaican values, human values. Let us uphold them now together so that future generations, Maroon and non-Maroon alike, can look back and say, in that defining moment, Jamaica stood up for what was right. I want to thank you for the article and thank you for the discussion. But Kevin, I have a question, and I think we have a few more questions in the chat before we go, because I know you have another commitment. But Kevin, go ahead, please.
So,
Okay, sorry about that. All right, I just trying to put things into perspective here a little bit, and I might be far-reaching. I don't know. Here you have an individual who was involved in the bauxite mining industry that quit this industry, which is a multi-million-dollar industry within itself, and went into the recycling business. I don't know how many people caught that.
Yeah.
All right. So I am not going to leave a lucrative business to get into a business that I'm going to struggle in. First thing, it either has to be equally lucrative or more lucrative. You would do the same thing, right?
Yes.
Rebel, you would do the same thing?
Indeed.
Cool. At least I'm not that far off. So here we have somebody that has done this and is using waste that in Jamaica we have an abundance of. You want to tell me nobody caught on to this?
Kevin, I asked Alpha the question. I said to him, Alpha, do you think that money is being passed under the table? No. Do you think money was passed and is passing under the table? And this dovetails with your point.
I certainly can't answer that question, but there is a good question about where did all the money go? But but back to this man who's seeing the opportunity in recycling, and I think Kevin made a very astute observation there. Why would he go into a business that was less lucrative than the one he was already in? And so he realizes the potential in the red mud, and he realizes, the kind of the green kudos he would get. He's going to get recognized as like a pioneer of the green revolution if he can clean up some of these toxic sites and provide these, very valuable minerals at the same time. And so yeah, and you would think more people would start to pick up on that, but apparently it's either I don't even know what to say about it. Either people aren't paying attention, they don't care, they're too caught up in other things. I don't know what it is, but I think sooner or later this thing is coming in Jamaica, and it's an opportunity for Jamaica to control their future. And one of the things that Will said too, and it's potentially a complication to this is, so all this material that's been pulled out of toxic countries, the old traditional boundaries of toxic countries, the Maroons have a stake in that too. Are they owed royalties? Are they going to be compensated for their stake in this going into the future, or is this all just being compensated by the Jamaican government so they can benefit from it, and the stewards of the land get nothing. I don't know.
Let me also ask this about what would be the, I don't know if you have this information, the cost that it takes to refine the red mud and the value of it after refinement per ton. Use large numbers so you have you get a figure. I don't know.
That's not the easiest question, but I will tell you this. So the majority of what's in the red mud
Yes.
is actually iron, and that's why it's red. It's because the iron in it is what gives it its red color.
Just like our blood.
Yeah, so it's like 60% of the red mud is iron. And so these guys have not only figured out how to get all the rare earth elements out, but how to get this other stuff out. They're calling the iron that they're recovering green pig iron, and it's it's a necessity for the steel industry, and they don't have to go back out and mine more iron to provide for the steel industry. They just have to clean up this red mud that's already sitting there. So you have the iron that's in it. There's titanium in it in small amounts. There is a critical material. It's not a rare earth called gallium, but it's critical for chip making and that kind of thing. For computers and that type of thing. And then there's the spectrum of rare earth, which are in varying amounts within it. But I'll tell you, the most valuable rare earth that is in there is a rare earth called scandium, and it is the most valuable. It can range in value at different times, but it goes for about $5,000 a kilo once it's refined into what they call scandium oxide. And you could refine it. You could get it to the scandium oxide level right on the island of Jamaica, and retain a bunch of the value in the value chain right in Jamaica instead of just sending off raw materials to other countries where there's more money available in the refining of it than there is in the raw material. And so that's something that could really benefit Jamaica. But I will tell you, the raw material, there is billions of dollars, U.S. dollars, billions of U.S. dollars laying on the ground in Jamaica in these red mud lakes.
Alpha, just one aspect of what you're talking about. You're talking about drug cartel money. And we know drug cartels have big money. $5,000 per kilo of this one mineral. And,
yeah, just that one.
And out of this byproduct, out of this refuse, one element that can be extracted from the multiple elements that can be extracted and used internationally, just one of them is cartel money.
Yeah, for sure. There's billions of dollars laying on the ground in Jamaica that nobody's doing anything about. Think about that.
No, I wouldn't say nobody's doing anything about it. I would probably say we don't know what is being done about it.
Well, that may be true, but I don't think so. People have thought about it. Obviously, they went through this pilot project with Nippon Light Metals, and the Jamaican Bauxite Institute is aware of the potential there. But nobody seems to be doing anything about it.
Seem
At
is
least
the
at this
is
point.
the important word in that statement. Nobody seems to be doing anything about
True,
it.
true, true. But if they were, they would start to lead back in the international community because they would have to be communicating with these different companies that do specialize in trying to extract that. And so far, I am not seeing those tracks. So I think it's something that Jamaica's kind of had in the back of their mind that they know is valuable. They like to do something about, but just have not done much with. For whatever reason it is, I don't know, but they just haven't done much with it.
So here's how my conspiracy theorist mind works. We don't see anything being done about it because there are other things that are in play, like trying to change the constitution so that the person who is in power gets to stay in power for a longer period of time and has more of a say while in power and after leaving such a position. By way of such, creating for themselves a small area where they can peel off a little thing. So there's a little bit of a kickback that comes to them as in setting up such an arrangement that could benefit everybody. That's how my conspiracy theorist
Well,
mind works.
I would think that is very possible. And you would know more about the internal workings there than I would, but I do know about this particular industry and the what's available there. You know, it's been amazing to me that the Americans haven't paid more attention to it either. I mean, outside of a couple of select companies, you know, but why hasn't the American government been interested in kind of paving the way for these private companies to come in and secure these materials that they consider so important? Make a deal with the Jamaicans. Why are they not doing that? So I don't know. And maybe it's just coming. You know, it's been a lot of chaos since the government has changed in the U.S. and we're coming up on elections in Jamaica, and that always causes chaos as well. And so maybe as some of this stuff starts to settle out, they'll figure out what to do about the red mud that is like, you know, it's practically, you know, the red mud lakes are practically like, you could think of them as gold lakes. They may be an environmental disaster right now, but if you employ some of these zero waste technologies that they extract the iron, they extract the titanium, they extract the gallium, all the rare earths, and make those marketable products. And in the end, the only thing that's left over is construction aggregate. So it's a zero waste technology, and all of this nastiness that's been, you know, created over the last 60 years in the bauxite industry could disappear and create a new industry in Jamaica and create opportunities for so many people in so many ways. It's amazing that we're the ones sitting here talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, quite so. I'm blown away by the information that you brought to us. Let me say that first off or last off, and I just this should also put a spin on how Jamaicans look towards these upcoming elections and should influence some of the questions that they ask of sitting members of parliament and those vying to get positions.
Well,
And
one thing I
yes,
would say about this, the my conspiracy theory mind, I would think that there is a group that does not want to see something like this happen, and that's the Chinese. And if I had to guess, they're going to be pouring a lot of dark money into the election to make sure that the people that they like in Jamaica get elected again. And, you know, so So there is potentially, some of this conspiracy theory stuff out there that's real. It's not just black helicopters and people imagining things, but it's geopolitics on a global scale, and little Jamaica finds itself right in the middle of it. And you watch what happens, and see who's spending the money, and see who's getting the contracts, and see who's getting the benefits, and that's a lot of who's controlling the direction. And believe me, money can end up turning into votes, because you can spend it on the street, you can get your message out there, and so the guys with all the money usually win the elections, right?
Right. This is, ooh, I don't know. I don't know which one is worse. My conspiracy theories, mine or yours. and we haven't even factored in the part of Europe in the midst of all of this. We just looked at China and the US. But let me ask you this. China, you said, has been doing this refining process for a while now. So this is what enabled them to corner this market. Them having a full control of what is happening in Jamaica like that, and since owning Alpart and all, that makes sure to solidify their monopoly.
Yeah. Well, and let's make this very clear. So China is not interested in extracting rare earth from red mud, because they find them more directly in their country. They have the supply. They don't need to be recycling to try and recover that like the Americans need to do, like Jamaicans need to do. So if anything, what they want to do is just keep it out of the hands of the Americans, so they can tie it up. So why did they buy Allpart and then just shut it all down? It's just sitting over there. They own all the red mud. They own the facility 100%. It's not a shared opportunity with the Jamaican government like some of the other companies are. It's all 100% Chinese owned, and they're doing nothing with it. They promised to make the largest investment in the history of Jamaica in an industrial park. They were going to get the alumina operation going on. They were going to clean up the red mud. They were going to do all this stuff. And then in 2019, they just shut it all down and just been sitting on it. Maybe not to do anything with it. Maybe they can lose money. They don't care about doing something with it themselves, but it has value to them just in keeping it out of the hands of the Americans. They don't want the Americans to have access through a deal with the Jamaicans on utilizing that red mud, which means it sits there, continues to sit there as an environmental blight. Jamaica's not benefiting from it. The Americans aren't benefiting from it. The only people that are benefiting are the Chinese.
Right. And if people are wondering what sense that makes, it's just what you said. In the music industry, you'll have labels that will have an artist or see an artist that is making headway, and what they do is sign them and shelf them, because it is their growth is threatening another artist that they may have. So they will sign that artist, shelf them, continue with the first artist, and then pull out the next artist when that first artist has done their rounds and capitalize on that again.
Exactly.
Alpha, let me ask you this. Somebody was where is it? Somebody just asked a question saying that this issue of rare earth was raised years ago by a parliamentarian by the name of Philip Palwell. But I think the point to be made is that he may have raised it. Many people may have raised it, but the question is, what did they do with it? They did not follow up with it. The question I have to ask you is
repeat that question to me, because I'm having a hard time hearing Will.
Oh,
Oh.
can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Wait,
Whoever's talking right now, I'm having a hard time hearing.
how about now? Can you hear him now?
Can you hear
Go
me
ahead.
now? Alpha, can you hear me?
I can't hear.
Okay. All right. Ask a
All right.
question, Will, and then I'll
Yeah, because I want. How is it possible? First of all, how many tons of Jamaican bauxite is sitting in Louisiana, and how is it possible that somebody was able to ship this out of Jamaica without? And did the authorities did they know about it? Was there an agreement for them to do this, or was this done surreptitiously?
So it's basically how many tons sitting in Louisiana and how it got out without people knowing about it from
Okay.
Jamaica.
The reason that happened was because so the New Day Alumina and Miranda bauxite were partners on this deal, but they never refined bauxite into aluminum here on the island. They always, for the last 50 years, it's always the raw bauxite gets shipped out at Discovery Bay and gets shipped to Gramercy, Louisiana, and processed there. Now, at that time, they didn't think there was any value in the bauxite tailings. It was just waste. In fact, it was an environmental disaster. And it's the same thing in Louisiana. You know, it's an environmental disaster sitting there as well. So over the years, all this bauxite was shipped to Louisiana, and they processed it into alumina and created these big lakes of red mud, just like has happened in Jamaica. But at the time, nobody realized that it had any value to it. In fact, if anything, it was a liability because they didn't believe anything could be done with it. But that's how it got out, and now that's why it's sitting over there at 35 million tons. But there's enough red mud sitting in Jamaica right now to keep Jamaica busy for 30 or 40 years just processing what's sitting on the ground. And there's billions of dollars sitting there. And I am going to have to say, with that, I'm hitting my hard deadline. So
Got you. Will Alpha has to come back.
Right. No,
Right.
you can't hear me. So you can say say make the remarks because he can't hear me.
Yeah, Alpha. You're gonna have to come back, and we're gonna have to talk some more about this.
Definitely.
Thank you for taking the time out to share with us. It's mine to introduce this whole concept to us, that it's not just refuse that is sitting there in these mud lakes, all toxic as it is, and an eyesore as it is, but there are billions of dollars that's sitting there, money that can change Jamaica, can make Jamaica what it once was, can send children to school as they should, raise the education level, raise the poverty level, raise the standard of living, just by using this refuse that we have sitting there. So we don't need to do any new mining based on what is there right now. For the next 3 decades, it can change everything.
Yes. You guys, blessings, honor, respect. Thank you for the time. I gotta get going.
Thank you, Alpha. You take care. We'll catch up.
Talk soon.
All right. Will.
Hey.
Will. People. I hope y'all took little notes, and if you didn't, it of course, it's recorded, so just go back and take your little notes. Everybody that is in Jamaica should have at least one question for their member of parliament. Doesn't really matter where their constituency is. Everybody should have at least one question to ask relating to this, whether it be relating directly to the mud lake, to the cockpit country, to the business of bauxite and the sale of Alpart. Must have, and there are several questions that you can come up with. Everybody should have at least one question. It's election time. You are in a position to demand these answers. Blackmail them. You give me an answer, I give you a vote. It's simple. And so here we are in a position that the garbage that we have sitting in the mud lake, known as the mud lake, for the next generation, because 30 years is a lifetime. Any child born now in the next 30 years is having children. Roundabout. If they haven't started yet, they're ready to. So we have the potential to put another generation coming up behind us, two in better positions. The one that will be growing up and the one that has children after. It's not rocket science. It's a matter of getting some answers, though, and putting things out in the open, getting things on the table, and making proper deals. The whole idea of geopolitics is really interesting, a little bit tricky, to say the least. And with little Jamaica, and it's not that we cannot make an impact, because we've been making impacts for years. It's the only country that I know of that you go to a place that doesn't speak English and everybody know you. So we make impact. We have impact. And we have a quality product. Such that anywhere else in the hemisphere, their quality of this refuse is subpar. Now, when you have garbage at high level or high quality, that says something about the original product. I hope y'all recognize that. So we've been shipping off high quality bauxite. As a result, we have high quality red mud. As a result, we have high quality byproducts of this red mud. The rare earth elements. Yeah, they're found in other places, but the quality makes Jamaica stand out that much more. Welcome, Ricky. Pastor Ricky.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Sir Byron. I mean, Sir Rattigan. I've been praying for you, man, on Byron's shows.
Yeah,
God
no
bless
problem,
you.
man.
DJ Kevin still and that. Big up yourself.
Right. So,
Kevin, you
Good
said
evening,
something.
everyone. Sorry.
Yeah, Kevin, no worries. No, Kevin, you said something about the quality of the Jamaican, the REEs, but it's also the availability, the amount that we have, and it's also the convenience because they don't have to mine for it. It's right there.
Yeah.
It's in pools. One of a dear friend of mine mentioned that these things, they take a lot of money and the return. Well, let me just explain to them that Alpha, I don't want to give out too much because I don't want to identify Alpha, but Alpha, Kevin and I, we've had personal conversations with Alpha, and he's assured us that yes, it's going to take a lot of money, but it's not going to take a lot of time because the technology is there. The technology is there. Going back to when the Japanese were in Jamaica, back in I forget the date. The Japanese did their thing back in 2013, and he said going back to that and the technology right now, it won't take long to gin up the industry. It'll take a lot of money, but we can cut a deal. But the problem is, how do we cut a deal with these two elephants? You know?
Can I ask you a question, Rattigan, on that?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm kind of wondering because if China is there unearthing, the soil, which the wealth of Jamaica, we all know from long time is in the soil. The US have spy satellites in the air, and the US have technology listening devices and they have drone technology. With a president like Trump, who claim him want Canada because of the minerals, and him want Greenland because of the minerals. Yet Jamaica is what, 180 miles flight time from Florida. How is it that Trump and the US intelligence haven't, been able to, well, we might not know, maybe there's conversation behind the scene, but Sir Rattigan, as a former FBI special agent, do you think that Trump, the prime minister, is caught in the crosshairs with this red earth and the minerals in the soil? Because a lot of it is used for military weaponry as well. So what is your opinion on? And then
one of the things that we didn't talk to Alpha about is the fact that the US is now going to mine in the ocean, on the ocean floor for this thing, because China has controlled this market. And so the US is looking everywhere, but everywhere it's looking, it's been blocked by China, by Chinese businesses, by Chinese conglomerates, by the Chinese government, because they own most of this stuff. And so the US government, just last week, Kevin, I had it up, but I can't find it now. I just saw where
it's in the rare elements tab.
Oh, where is it? That's
right
it?
here. That rare elements tab, yeah.
Oh, hold on, let me see something. That's the first one. Okay, here it is. This is it. There it is. United States thought China would veto their exports of rare earth, but they have a plan B, the Pacific floor. And now they're saying we're going to mine in the Pacific Ocean. And now we're having all kinds of problems. And guess what? Jamaica is right in the center of it again, because that International Seabed Authority is based in Jamaica, right? And now they're saying the US is violating international laws by going out there and mining in the Pacific. There's a whole host of problems associated with this right now as we speak. I mean, you look at this article. This article is dated April 24th, just 2 days ago. And the US, and let me go back and look and see, where is it? There's one, Kevin, I don't see it here, but there's one from the State Department. There's a release from the State Department that says they are going to do this. They're going to do it, but we'll get to that. I'm gonna move that. So there's a huge problem with this. Now, we want to big up Fireman, because Fireman say he raised this on his program when Secretary of State Marco Rubio was in Jamaica. He said, could this be one of the topics that they're going to discuss? And he discussed it at length with Ambassador Curtis Ward. So next week we're going to have Fireman on, and he's going to talk to us about his discussions with Ambassador Ward concerning this issue. So Fireman, big up yourself. Hope to see you next week. People, you hear the man say billions of dollars sitting on the ground in Jamaica, and apparently nobody's doing anything about it. So I don't know if Jamaica took a position with the US government and said, well, no, we're not going to do business with you. And that's why, the US government says, okay, fine. You know what? We'll just go to the Pacific. But here's the thing. To go to the Pacific, it requires a tremendous amount of effort, money, time, manpower, equipment, the whole thing. Whereas in Jamaica, they can just walk right to the pond. Go on, talk to Kevin. May I get a call from?
Yeah. All right. So,
all right, folks. We have the Fireman, the man who not afraid to talk truth to whoever the guy is. He's on the line here. He's been watching the program. Fireman, welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan.
Oh, big up.
No, it's Reason with Rattigan.
Oh, sorry, Reason with Rattigan. Sorry. Yeah. Well, all right, man. We'll go. Talk to it.
No. Hold on. Conrad, call me. Call my phone.
Call
me.
Kevin. Call Kevin. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you.
Call me. Cause this here would the rebel not gonna really work.
Yeah, I'm kind of low on Sir Ratty phone.
Yeah, but we have to look at all sides of this, and the militarization, the construction, the electronics, all of these things come into play when we're looking at the red mud. And I tell you no lie, before this past week, when I started looking at some of these articles and as we put them together for today's broadcast, and think, before this time, I was this old when I learned that here is this valuable thing. And I was today years old when I learned of all the things that we can get from it. Now, if this was known for so long, and a little guy can call from a little place and say, hey, people, this is what has been going on. And Larkland, you have you ask a valid question. What would be Alpha's reason for coming out and sharing this information? Well, a part of it would be, considering that this is the platform that he's coming out on, that is things to know. It's things that we, the people, should be told. Conrad O'Brien, the fireman himself, welcome back to Reason with Rattigan.
How are you, Kevin?
Mo good, brethren. How are you?
Yeah, man. I'm fine, thanks. And heal everybody on this very August platform here. Wow. Maybe somebody need to mute us. I'm hearing things coming back at me in a big way.
Yeah, Pastor Ricky, go ahead and mute your side for me, please.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, we're there?
Yeah, man.
Good. So as I was saying, bless up everybody. Still having the issue. Saying heal up everybody on the platform. And indeed, it's a glorious day right here in Jamaica land we love, one of the most picturesque places on earth, and we give thanks for that. So we are blessed with so much. And it's a very interesting discussion. And to show that what we see and we look at, I remember from a boy growing up, because I grew up, I'm a Manchester man. So right there at the Curvine plant, going up the hill, and Winston. Hello?
You're still here, man.
Yes, going up the hill on the Winston Jones Highway, going into Mandeville, right on the right hand side, going into the town of Mandeville. Just before you reach the top of the New Green roundabout, there is what we call the mud lake. You see there, and you see the red, what is described as the red mud there.
Yes, and
it is interesting to know that is so valuable. And indeed, as we are hearing now, we have billions of dollars possibly lying there. And, I tell you something, and pardon me, listeners and viewers, to really kind of, sort of pat myself on the shoulder, so to speak, because, and I don't know, sometimes it's a kind of intuition that come from the Almighty himself. Because without this being a part of the discussion, I raised it, I think it was about the 31st of March or somewhere thereabout. It was when Rubio, Secretary of State Rubio, was coming to Jamaica, and I had Ambassador Ward on my program. And, I said that, listen, it is clear that we are not going to get everything out of the discussion because there are some closed door discussion that will take place. And I asked the question, could it be some interest to do with the red mud and indeed the rare minerals that are here in Jamaica? Because, and that was basically driven by discussion that was taking place elsewhere in what's his name country there that Trump and Vance embarrassed and set right down in, oh gosh, remind me of a country, no man, please. Right, there's some discussion that was taking place down there, and the whole business of the rare earth mineral and indeed the red mud. So this is a discussion that I've opened, but I want to just basically take a lot of Jamaicans' mind back to a time under the previous PNP administration. Philip Paulwell put this on the agenda. As to the benefit of the red mud. He probably did, and indeed the rare earth. I don't know whether or not it was that they did sufficient study or understand it sufficiently, but he did say to Jamaica the benefit that could derive from this. But it's very interesting, as Kevin has been saying, that we are on the cusp of an election, and just maybe this can form a part of the manifesto of one or both political party going forward as to how they will drill down into this and not allow it to just be taken away from us, but ensure that Jamaica will get the real benefit. We have seen the decimation of arable agricultural land that has been mined out and so on, and all that's left there are pits that if your children or child or even adult is walking along some of these terrain and made a bad slip,
that's it.
you wouldn't even hear about them because these holes are so deep.
Yeah,
because the reclamation that the backside company should do, it has not been done. So it's a glorious day, Mr. Wilford Rattigan and Kevin, for, and I think we really owe a debt of gratitude to the Reason with Rattigan platform and Reggae Global, because indeed you have put something front and center to your listeners and viewers, and I'm hoping that people within officialdom in Jamaica listen to this. As I said to you, Ratty, I'll be cutting the interview that I did with Ambassador Ward. It was an extensive discussion that I got into, but I certainly raised the argument at that time because, of course, you know that it was said that they came in to deal with the Cuban doctors and so on, or Cuban medical professionals. To date, we have not heard anything substantial from that. What we know for sure is that some of those Cubans are back home, and we have not heard of the replacement of those medical professionals. So the system that was already limping along, it is further limping along now. But I don't want to move outside of that thing. I just want to keep it right there, as it were. And I figured, Ratty, that I would call you this afternoon just to open the discussion, but I'll be very, very happy and be interested to even get some further and better particular from MP Philip Paulwell, who served as mining minister, and I think he still speaks on that portfolio. So I'd have some further discussion on him, look at it, and so next week, Saturday, we'll be able to have even much fulsome discussion. But I thought it was important to at least make an opening salvo here this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I continue to listen.
All right.
Or
Thanks,
if you want to ask me a question also, I don't know.
No.
If not, I'll just hang up on the program.
No, man, let's
right.
go and tune in, man. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll wait until next week when we have you on full time.
Ratty?
Yeah.
You hear me?
Go on, listen, we talk.
All right. All the best. One love.
All right. Take care now. All right. All right.
Cool. Good night.
No. I'm going to show them something, right? I'm going to show them something. Can I know me always have something for sure? You know? I'm going to show them something. Right? I'm going to show them something. Look at this. And then we're going to get to what Senator Morgan said, and we're going to show the Prime Minister's involvement and show the Senator Morgan start walk back his conversation. But look at this, people. You know what this is? Let me bring it up a bit. All right. Look right there. See that? Revisit rare earth opportunities. When somebody says revisit, it means that they visited it already. And they're going to revisit.
Yes.
It said revisit rare earth opportunities as the global economy evolves, factoring in digitization and with the goal of recycling and sustainability in mind. Whole heap of big words. Sound just like Senator Marlon Morgan. And by the way, this documentary I shown, you know, him take credit to them that him edited, right? Him say, and by the way, the regular Jamaican, they're not gonna read this. If them read this, they must say, why am I go through all of this? Why not just tell away what I want, right? Him say, as the global economy involves factoring in digitization and with the goal of recycling and sustainability in mind, the JLP will establish. You listen to this. The JLP will establish research and development partnerships with a view to identifying how Jamaica can benefit from the inclusion of rare earth elements in all types of modern electronics and green technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's a product of Senator Marlon Morgan. He said he edited it, but I'm going to show you something else. Take a look at this.
Rebel, you didn't say edit what?
Yeah, look at this, people. Look at the date.
Hey, see, there no people. Rebel, you forget your sound effects. I'm gonna drop one.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, I was a dear fight last week. You know what I'm here.
Marlon Morgan. You deserve. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. 2020.
Hey.
2020. But just in case you thought that, well, that was 2020, let me show you something else. Hold on there. 29. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Stay with me, people. I live for this, people. I don't know what that is. I live for them things on. Hold on there. We're going to page 29. What page is this? 20. Oh, we have 9 more to go. All right. Stay with me. Why, Kevin, we need a nice mouse because the thing is now going good. Okay. All right, 29. See it now. Look on the topic, mining and energy. Mining and energy, right? And them start talk about green energy policy. And they're coming up with, they're going to review the national energy policy. And they're talking about fuel. They're talking about essentially oil. So that's 29. And I'm going to talk about how they're going to do all of this, the renewable sources, energy efficiency. And where are we now? 31. This is page 31. Yeah. I just want to show you something, you know. Just want to show you something, because we just talked about the cockpit country. I'm going to highlight this for now. I'm going to highlight this. Look at this. Big it up. See that? Make the cockpit country a no mining zone. See that? When was this said?
2016.
See the people. Come on. All right. Well, the 2016 part. See the people. 2016, them tell the Maroons, you know, we are going cockpit country, no know more about it. Cockpit country safe. They mine it out. They talk about mining from 2016. Then them come to 2020 and say we're going to form partnerships and we're going to get rare earth. It's 2025 now. Them late.
But it's not like they have to do any more mining.
No. And then think about this, you know. Think about this. And I mean, again, people, I'm not political. I have never voted. I've never been enumerated. My only care is about the people of Jamaica. But the truth is the truth, and the truth must be told. The experiment that they did with the Japanese that yielded all of these results, it was under Portia Simpson. And it was never followed up. And now we see them 2020, them say them going to do it, and then here's just 2025. But let me move this. Because we have a lot of things to talk about the people, you know. Talk to the people, you know. But try what I want now.
At our leaders, when you ring them, their phones are picked by somebody called a PA, whose only claim to fame that he is rude beyond measure. They acquire things which they have not worked for. They want to be described as honorable even when they are horrible. These are the men that we have. And there is no shortage of such men and women in the African continent. They promise us things that they know they will never deliver, and we believe them.
They promise us things that they know they will never deliver, and we continue to believe them. Read the manifestos, people. Here's another.
If you should see the convoy of an African minister,
just substitute
not a president,
Jamaica.
I'm not touching the president.
Africa. Just put Jamaica wherever you're.
Presidents are in a different world. The African minister. The African minister will never queue. Oh, he's anathemic. Oh, the African minister is a demigod. Oh, Africa. The African counselor in your rural home, when they go to churches, not even if it is not their denomination, they saunter to the front seats. And even our latter-day clergymen will invite them to share their wisdom with the people, even if we know that they are village fools. They are given the vote to vote. They are in the habit of electing thieves. And once they have elected the thieves, they expect the thieves to behave like angels. When the people do not know what they want, the government they create is nothing but a confederacy of fools. Africa is not poor. Africa is merely poorly managed.
Jamaica is not poor. Jamaica is poorly managed. And we the voters, we continue to elect these people to represent us. And what have they done? They've misrepresented us. They've degraded us. They've despised us. Yeah.
But the fireman just called me a while ago and said, listen, something you want to remember, you know, with all this energy talk and thing. What Paul was talking about was back with Portia and everything fell through when the election was lost.
Mm-hmm.
So they had brought it up then. But also, and he gave me numbers, it was 24 US cents per kilowatt hour to produce electricity.
Right.
Now it's 44 to 54 cents per kilowatt hour.
Wow. Make that sink in. Folks, listen. We're gonna fireman next week, but Pastor Ricky, Kevin, and family. As I mentioned earlier, that today I was fortunate to have an engagement along with others with Minister Marlon. You know what, Kevin? See if you can find the one last week from Juno where she said, I am Morgan and I do Morgan things. Yeah, because he came on and I guess he was shocked when he heard my voice because he wasn't expecting, because he declared his hand and he said he's not coming on my program because I'm an antagonist and I am trying to ruin his party. But he came on today and he's been watching the program because he said so in so many words. He's been watching the program.
Correct.
And watching what I'm saying about the things he said and what we could prove. So what we're going to do right now, we're not going to take a whole lot. And there is a very, very special lady out there, her name start with C. I don't want to call out her name, but she said to me, don't waste no time on this brother. Yeah. And so many of you have sent me messages. I won't even read the messages because I don't want, we want to keep it. And I know it's out of frustration. Some of you wrote to me and said these things, but we just want to keep it clean because we don't want to disrespect him because he have a title and we respect the title. You may not necessarily respect the things that he says, but you respect the man still, because at the end of the day, we're all Jamaicans and we just have a different view on things. And if we can speak to each other in a civil manner, maybe, just maybe, one of us can walk away with the understanding that, you know what, I was wrong. And I'm waiting for Kevin to put up something because I'm going to introduce one of our esteemed senators, Senator Marlon Morgan, who Pastor Ricky, him thinks I'm more dangerous than the PNP, than the UIC, than the him doing some things that
him call you PNP this morning.
Him come a PNP this morning, but here's what happened. Him use words to describe it that he had never used to describe PNP. Here's another thing. He went on Shaka's program. No, Shaka, everybody knows Shaka's allegiance, right? And he won't come on my program. So, Minister Morgan, I'm not begging you, sir. I'm just letting you know that you have an open invitation. Anytime you want to come. And there'll be no secrets because I can tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at something you edited it. And you thank Jeffrey Tavares for pulling it out time today. Him said, I am the one. Jeffrey said, have you read? Jeffrey Tavares said to him, have you read the manifesto? Him said, read? I edit the manifesto. So when you come, we're going to talk about the manifesto you edited, sir. You will just talk about the piece with the rare earth material from 2020. Them said we're engaged in partnerships and all. No, we don't see no partnerships. But anyway, here is what I have for you. Take a look at this. I am Morgan doing Morgan things. And let's have
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
And it sounds to me like Robert Nesta Morgan was talking about you. It sounds to me, maybe I'm wrong. But again, I'm Morgan doing Morgan things. And you did your thing today. You did your thing when you wrote to me. You did your thing going all the way back to December 23rd when we first started corresponding. And then you did your thing, I think it was last week, Tuesday. Here we go.
But let me ask you one thing. Is it the JLP's fear that whereas a normal member of parliament or a normal parliamentarian, let's spread it across the Senate and the House, that a normal
on the minds of decision makers have to be considered as being a
quick rejoinder.
We have no seconds.
The senator might have appeared more believable if there was not documented history of an adversarial relationship between the Jamaica Labour Party and Integrity.
Hear you on that. Thank you, gentlemen.
Not the Integrity Commission, an adversarial relationship between the Jamaica Labour Party and Integrity.
Hear you on that. Hear you on that, Raymond Price. Senator Marlon Morgan.
Hold on, here we go. Hold on.
The basis on which Vibes Carter was acquitted. Let us not forget that. So the point is, things operating on the mind, that some things may have been operating on the minds of the jurors in that investigation and indeed the report of the IC. So it goes to show that there may be other things, other agendas. A recent
but that's
case,
why the Integrity Commission exists.
Having to do with a construction up in.
All right, folks, we'll cue it up. And somebody said we shouldn't bring him on. And for whatever reason, I want them to think critically. This is not so much about Senator Marlon Morgan, Senator Marlon Morgan has no relevance to me. Just keep that in mind. Why I'm playing him, I want you to hear what he says about the Prime Minister. That's who we focused on Not Senator. Senator Marlon Morgan is just a vessel, simple vessel. And who knows, after what he said today about the government made a mistake with the used car things, he may not even have a job come next week. Because we're going to play that every day, saying that the government went buy used car for the police. He said that. It came out of his mouth today. He said that. Yeah. So please understand this, people. Sometimes when you see we do things around here and we have people, it's not so much the person speaking, it's what the person is saying about somebody else. And in this case, we have him speaking about his boss. And him try to retract it today and walk it back today. And I told him that we're going to play it. And then we're going to show a diagram so people understand what's going on. Listen.
Beverly Hills is that though there's a potential may cause them to be in the bad books of the Integrity Commission. And what we saw in a recent
But that's why the Integrity Commission exists.
Having to do with a construction up in Beverly Hills is that though there's a particular antecedent, that construction is in relation to a property not owned by Androles, yet he became the subject of.
You hear what I'm saying? There's a popular antecedent. He never said what the antecedent was until to them try to explain it. Never said it. Listen to him carefully now. There's a popular antecedent, and then him said the property wasn't owned by the Prime Minister. All right? Hold on. We're going to show you, say, when you hear him talk and using big words of people, just ask very simple questions. Who, why, what, where, when, how. That's all. And you'll cut to the chase. Don't make him start carry all over the primrose bush. Don't make him do that. Here it is again.
Books of the Integrity Commission, and what we saw in a recent
But that's why the Integrity Commission exists.
Having to do with a construction up in Beverly Hills is that though there's a particular antecedent, that construction is in relation to a property not owned by Androles, yet he became the subject of that investigation and indeed the report of the IC. So it goes to show.
Okay. Hear him say? Him not own it, and he was the subject.
Became the subject.
Subject of the investigation. All right. Me could just quickly deal with that. All right. Producer Joan, what do you think there? Like this. All right. Last week we went through it and went through the two documents, and some of you said, Ratty, you need to put it in a chart where we could have see it, and it could have, it's more understandable than just jumping from report to report. So Producer Jones said, all right, fine. We could give the people what they want. We're not like the politician them. The people them want this and we give it to them.
Thank you, John.
Here we go. Now, here's where we are. Let's start with ADMAT. The Prime Minister established ADMAT with his two sons, Adam and Matthew. That's why we get ADMAT. Adam, A-D, Adam, M-A-T, Matthew. Him left out Andrew type because he would have make it ANDMAT or something. I don't know. But anyway, ADMAT established February 2008 in St. Lucia, and him dissolved it in a December 2021. Why him dissolve it? We know why. Because St. Lucia changed the tax regime. Them changed the way you file taxes over there. And them say you cannot have it as a holding area. You have to have a brick and mortar store. You have to hire St. Lucians, and you have to make something, provide services or make something. So, all right. So move it. Then what did he do? While ADMAT was still in business, he established this company right here, Imperium, June 2020. So keep that in mind. He have ADMAT, and then he established Imperium. Who is in Imperium? The Prime Minister only. So when he dissolved ADMAT, input all of the interest, 130 million, all of it into Imperium, except one asset. And that asset, you're looking at it to the left, Wycliffe Close. That piece of property, he said, no, I don't want it in Imperium. I am going to put it in another company, Estate Bridge. And in farm Estate Bridge, look at when in farm Estate Bridge, July 2020. Look at when in farm Imperium, June 2020. Prime Minister busy during COVID. And when he establish it, right? Look at the shares. Him sister, Sadija, or whatever her name is. Sorry for the pronunciation, ma'am. Him give her 2,000 shares. In partner, Norman Brown, the one who have the housing authority of Jamaica and the other housing thing. him get 2,000. Prime Minister have 5,001, and they have 999 unassigned. Later on, what happened? The Prime Minister said to Brown, we don't know if him said to Brown, but Brown relinquished 1,000 shares to, I think it's Matthew, to his son, right, or Adam, one of them. Give him 1,000. And then the Prime Minister also gave 1,000. So what happened? The Prime Minister ended up with 4,001, right? And him sister had 2,000. Brown had only 1,000 and 999 unassigned. All right. Now here it's there's the assignment, right? Now here's where we go now. January 2021, the Prime Minister forfeited the 1,000 shares. Adam get the 1,000 shares. March 2021, Brown gave up 1,000 shares. So now Adam have 2,000 shares. October 2022, the Prime Minister says, okay, fine, I'm giving up all 4,001 shares that I have remaining. So October 2022 was when the Prime Minister completely divested himself of any ownership interest in Estate Bridge. And Estate Bridge is a company that owns 2 Wycliffe Close. Keep that date in mind. October 2022. Make we go down here so now. All of them dates are now in us. 2021. Look at when they applied for the building permits. May 7, 2021. The Prime Minister was the majority shareholder at the time. Look at when the building permits were issued. July 12, 2021. The Prime Minister was the majority shareholder at the time. Look at when they executed the contract between the builder and the owners, which I found kind of strange because I read the report and it kind of weird that the builder was the one who did the blueprint. So him do the blueprint. It was submitted May 7th, but he never have no agreement for build no house until July 17. It's kind of backwards, but be that as it may, let's leave that alone. That's not our interest at this point in time. The construction started July 19, 2 days after them signed the contract. Look when the Prime Minister gave away him shares. October 20, 2022. So Mr. Marlon, Senator Marlon Morgan, at the time the application for the permits were submitted, the Prime Minister was the majority shareholder. At the time the permits were issued, he was the majority shareholder. At the time the contract was executed, he was the majority shareholder. At the time the construction started, he was the majority shareholder. It was more than a year after the construction started that he divested his interest. And we know that at the time when he divested, the 2 major shareholders, his sister and his son. We know that. Rattigan. So, hold on a second, Kevin. So that done. Now, what was the allegation of that investigation? What was the allegation? I don't think Mr. Marlon Morgan read the report, because if he did, he probably would have mentioned it. Or maybe he did and he didn't want to mention it because of what it stated. Here is what the allegation is. Let me tell you what it said. The allegation is that the Prime Minister, somebody contacted the Integrity Commission and said, listen, the Prime Minister have some developments in my work on, and here's what he's doing. He's aware, or the builder is aware, something going on where they submit, where a blueprint is submitted to KSAMC. But guess what? A different blueprint is used by the builder. So for example, a blueprint would go to KSAMC saying, we're building 2-bedroom apartments, and it would be approved. But the blueprint that the builder is using say, we're building 4-bedroom apartments, which is different, contrary to the issued permit for the building. That was the allegation. So that being the allegation, and the allegation said the Prime Minister, here it is right here. Here it is. They said the Prime Minister requested blueprints for his developments, and a different set was used for the actual construction. There it is right there, people. Go and read the report on the cell phone for this, believe me. So based on this, guess what? The Prime Minister should have been the subject of the investigation. Based on this, that he was involved right here, it says he requested blueprints for his developments, and a second set. So let me ask you a question now. The Prime Minister, him hire a builder and say, I want to build me some 2-bedroom apartments. And the construction site is just down the street from where him live. It's not in Westmoreland, it's in Beverly Hills. And you going to have me believe now that the Prime Minister never once went to this construction site and insisted the man build 4-bedroom and said to him, wait a minute, no, you can't build 4-bedroom, virgin. And by the way, where you get blueprint for build 4-bedroom? It's 2-bedroom building. You going to convince me now, said the Prime Minister don't know nothing about this. And the Prime Minister never go upon this website, he never go upon this construction site, so he don't know nothing. All him know is that the permits went in for 2-bedroom and that's it. He don't know nothing. Well, if you believe that, I have not one, not two, I have 3 bridges I can sell you right now in New York. Williamsburg, Manhattan, and Brooklyn. I can sell them cheap, cheap. If you believe that, I can sell them to you. Now, here is where the weak-willed, the spineless Integrity Commission got to do now. Instead of open up the investigation against the Prime Minister, look what them say. The investigation is about irregularity in respect of the construction of a residential development located at Beverly Hills, contrary to the terms of the building permit issued to Estate Bridge Holdings Limited by the KCMC. What kind of subject of investigation? It should be about the Prime Minister. So he was never the subject of the investigation, and I will give you proof that he was never the subject of the investigation. You know what the proof is? He was never interviewed. How can you have the subject of an investigation like this and you don't talk to the person? How? Integrity Commission, no, talk to me, Integrity Commission. Why don't never interview him? Not only that, you know what the Integrity Commission didn't do, people? They did not interview the Prime Minister's son. You know who them try interview? Them try interview him sister who live a foreign. And him sister lawyered upon them. Them interview him partner, Norman Brown, and I'm not afraid to say it because it's in the report. Norman Brown lied to the Integrity Commission. And you know how them know him lie? Because there was a prior investigation concerning the Prime Minister's statutory declaration where this property came up. And in that interview, Norman Brown said, we're building 4 bedrooms over there. And now when them interviewing about this, him say, no, it's 2-bedroom, we are building now, it's 2. And them said, no, but we're going to say 4. And you told us 4 earlier. And then everybody push him under the bus. Everybody said, Norman Brown was the guy on the board who was in charge of oversight and doing this and doing that. People go and read this for themselves. But here's what the Integrity Commission found. They said, see it right here, the conclusions. They said the breaches were deliberate, not accidental, people. The breaches were deliberate. Them saying to give us permits on not build 2-bedroom apartments. And when we go and we look, we say 4-bedroom apartments being built. Actually, it wasn't KSAMC. It was the Integrity Commission that found the 4-bedroom because KSAMC claimed that everything was fine and hunky-dory. Them need to be investigated. Then look at what the Integrity Commission went on to say. It says the directors, it should be plural. The directors are liable. So when them say directors liable, it's the Prime Minister's son, the Prime Minister's sister, the Prime Minister's business partner. They're all liable. But what was the liability? Nothing. These are just words. Then look at them say KSAMC failed to discharge its duties to ensure compliance with the approved permit. So they might blame KSAMC now. And look at the recommendation. Look at the recommendations. Since them said the Prime Minister was subject of the investigation. Look at what them said to him. Them said, Mr. Prime Minister, we're asking you to introduce legislation to deal with these situations, to include debarment of contractors who build contrary to permits being issued. We want the legislation to have fines for them, and we want them to forfeit profits, and we want to withhold the issuance of title. Now, you tell me, so the Prime Minister, the subject of the investigation, and this is the recommendation to him. That is the recommendation. They never once said to him, Mr. Prime Minister, we have heard that you knew about these permits. And also, here's another thing. The complaint was that he was doing it. Not that this is the first time. Said he was doing it. So, if I were the Integrity Commission, you know what I would be doing? I would be looking at every single property owned by the Prime Minister. I would then go to KSAMC and pull all of the blueprints, and then I would go visit the sites and see if the buildings were built in accordance with the permits issued. And them never do it. So people, I hope you understand, this is not about Senator Marlon Morgan, because here's what he's doing. He's doing that. Morgan is doing Morgan things. It's that simple. Right? Morgan is doing Morgan things. Where we are talking about the cool hard facts, and we have followed them. And as you can see, the Prime Minister at a relevant period was the owner of that property, or at least one of the owners. And you can see that the Prime Minister was not the subject of the investigation. So you see, the Prime Minister Gateway, Kevin, them let him go. That's why them can't have somebody like me out there now, because me I go after him. Me I go after him. And by the way, Mr. Morgan made a statement, Kevin. Him said that I'm upset because me not get the work or anything like that. Mr. Morgan, you should have lucky me not get the work, because if me did ever get it, you wouldn't there's make that statement there. In fact, Mr. Morgan, I would be looking at you, because guess what? You were over at the Ministry of Education when Ruel Reid was there, when Dean Roy Bernard was there, when what's your name, Grace McLean was there. So I would be looking at you to see if you had any involvement in the money with the Caribbean Maritime University, and also if you had an involvement with the Jamaica Tertiary Commission, the money that Dean Roy Bernard is accused of sending over 100 million, and Grace McLean is sent about 10 or 12 million. I would be looking at you to see if you had an involvement in it. So you have a right to say that. But here's what I know, Mr. Morgan. What I would like you to do, Mr. Morgan.
20 billion unaccounted for.
Yeah. What I would like for you, Mr. Morgan, is don't make it personal between me and you. What you must come and do and say, Mr. Rattigan, everything that you said right here is a lie. That is what you must come and do. You must come and say, Mr. Rattigan, yeah, we know you're bad mind, and we know you this and we know that. And also what you showed us is a lie. But if you cannot say I'm a lie, you deserve to come on the program and apologize to me, sir. But I know you're not going to do it because you're a proud man. And not only that, you're proud, but you're also controlled. Rattigan no have no control. Me no filter. Nobody not tell me what to do. Me do what me want, except Kevin Stew and the big boss, you know, and regular on the radio. But you are controlled because you report to the big man, and when the big man tell you to do, you have to dance to that tune. So when them say, hey, go down, say this and say that, even though deep down, I know in your quiet moments, Mr. Morgan, in your quiet moments, you know what you're doing is not right, you know. You know what you're doing is not right. And you know you dare not step in the lion's den. You dare not step in the lion's den. So stay where you are, occupy your square. Let me occupy my square and go on to where I want. Kevin.
It's important to note, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes,
the man said the Prime Minister was not the owner at the time of the investigation.
He said that today. Didn't say it when he on the tape I played you. Didn't say it. Him start reel it back. You know. But here's the thing. By saying that, guess what he just did? He admitted that the Prime Minister was the owner of the property during a relevant period and should have been questioned. Morgan, Morgan, let me tell you something. Mr. Morgan. Let me tell you something. No, because you see me look so simple, you know. Mama Rattigan never work as a maid and work hard to send me go to school for me come and make people like you come talk. People, when you hear him talk, all of them big words and things like that, you know, do like what Shaka do today. Shaka slow him down. Yeah, do that. When you hear them come out and them blah, 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 just say, okay, listen to him, you know, don't interrupt him. Because you know what happened? As my friend Tigo would have said, and this doesn't necessarily apply to you, Mr. Morgan, but as my friend Tigo would have said, let the fool go a little further. So you're just making him let them talk. Because he might talk about things. You know, him come to them and say, he might admit the Prime Minister was there at that time, and he might admit that, yeah, we buy a used car for the police. And by the way, the used car thing, you don't know why I talk about that. No, me know that story there, you know. Me know that story there, you know. Me know that story the inside out. Me know who get paid before the first car come to Jamaica. Before the first used car come to Jamaica, me know the money split up. So, Mr. Morgan, just easy yourself here, sir. Just easy yourself. You don't know how we are around, Ped. But as I'm saying, what you say, Pastor Ricky?
I mean, I want to because I admit 2 failures of the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister is so bossy and proudful. Him not admit to no failure whatsoever. So the fact that him come out and admit 2 failure, the used car was one of them. I mean, I want to
Yeah. So, Mr. Morgan, as I'm saying, you see me, but you don't know me, you know. You see me, but you don't know me.
He didn't admit to the failure. He said he would have not done it that way. This is something he would have done differently.
I think
Not
the
to say
question
that
was
as a failure.
asked, I think the question was asked, name 2 failure of the prime minister.
That was the question Rebel asked.
The question I asked him was 2. Yes, was 2 failures. That's the question.
I'm admitting to the failures of the prime minister on record.
But I have the question right here. Here's the question I asked him. I said to him, say, can you give us 2 things that the government failed to deliver as provided, made a mistake, miscalculated, misrepresented to the people, and can you give us the course correction, the action to implement a course correction? So them that the question that was the question I asked him. Right. And then when I asked him the question, and by the way, we are gonna get to the water thing today, you know, because I'm gonna show you know. And Jeffrey Tavares, I can't thank you enough, Jeffrey Tavares. Jeffrey Tavares get the man to say, me edit the manifesto. So now you know what, people? Everything having to do with the manifesto. I mean, they've not talk about the 2016. I mean, no give him credit for that one day. No, I might I know him did do it in 2016.
Yeah,
the 2021, the 2020 manifesto. Him take credit for it. So if you take credit for it, you have to take the beat and we'll come along with it, you know. And we're going to lash you. We're going to lash you without mercy today and going forward because you openly admitted it that you are the person responsible for editing that thing. So if you edit it, we think you know what's in there. And I asked him one simple question today, no, Pastor Ricky. Where is Moses Lake? And he couldn't answer. Never clue. And I made it the thing, you know. I made the thing. And Moses Lake is where them have the desal plant. Right. And you hear him come and talk about water. You know what? Speaking of water, here we go.
Improve some shallow in a Sir Rattigan. Him shallow, but them read off a script what them get. And so when them get the hardball question, we hit them like a brick. It open up them inside for sure. So them shallow. Him just a surface person. Him not deep in wisdom and can pour out truth. And one last point. To them get defeated by truth. Because the fox came at him from you, OB, Sir Jeffrey, and Comrade Shaka, and them beat him up bad. It's embarrassing. I'm supposed to have a black and blue eye right now.
Two things, Kevin. All right, Kevin, we can do the water thing right now, and we can go to our Minister of Health and talk about the Cornwall reach because people we have it down pat. No, we have it down pat. Which one you want me to do, you know, Kevin? Tell me quick. You want me to do the water? Shower water. Shower labor, right? All right. The man says shower water. All right. Sit up. People, let me take out some of them things here. All right. You can't make this up, you know. Can't make this up.
No, sir.
What on there?
I saw it and I was like, what? What is this?
Yeah, it was embarrassing. I never feel sorry for him, though.
No, sir. You just had it up a while.
What on the water? Shower water. What on there? Did you find?
Yeah, you just had it up. Sit down.
All right, people. Watch this. This
is only shower labor, right? Shower. Look. Shower in a gyro of labor. Shower labor, right? Shower labor, right? They left the shower. Put it. Shower labor, right? You know, we call unity. Shower! Shower labor! Shower labor, right? Shower labor, right? Shower! We are getting shower. Mr. Boris, thank you very much. Shower labor, right? Look, a 5 of them we get shower labor. Mr. J.C. Hutchinson, thank you. Shower labor. Shower labor, right? I don't know. Shower. We get water, I want it. The truck can't go up after me way, but I'm glad for water because watch me have prosperity if you can go on the yard. Yes, man, prosperity will take its time and bring the 5 barrel little by little to me home. Cause remember, if it is to come, we don't have a time, that's how we are in a problem. You know, big up on yourself and the MP. Big up and thanks,
All right. All right. Look, we move our.
No.
Which part of that, Kevin?
How
okay. All right. No people. Oh, go ahead, Kevin.
How bad could it be where when the water truck roll around, you get so excited that you make a video and praise about it? If this doesn't raise the question of why wasn't this being done before, considering that no pipes could get to where I could turn on a pipe to get water properly. So it had to be trucked. Now, this means a few things. It means that it was prior knowledge that they don't have the water. 1. 2, that they should be trucking water. 3, that something should have been done to pipe water. But they are so entrenched that the mere fact that a truck show up this one time, that you celebrate it, what kind of people will be? Seriously? Lady, I want you to look back at your video, because it's you who make it, Look back at your video and ask yourself, should I really be celebrating this? Yeah, you're grateful for it, but is it worth celebrating? It's like, on a road and you get the one donkey for go and traverse the terrain. That's supposed to be celebrated? Come on, man. You Rosalie, I wouldn't be the one to say she fully done. I wouldn't be that person. But that is Don's behavior. I'm not saying that she is, but that is that kind of behavior. Why would that be something to celebrate? Rebel.
I'm embarrassed.
Back him chair.
As a Jamaican in the 2025, I'm embarrassed that the mindset of people in Jamaica will. I mean, this is beyond. This is just beyond. I mean, this is ridiculous. 2025, water should be running in their homes and their pipes, but they took the pipes and the pumps out leading up to the local government election. And after the local government election, we see an acceleration of pumps and piping removed. And then we see water now is trucking into different communities and big black tank where, if the water is in it in the heat of the sun, if you Google it or do your research, it can release chemicals in the water, which is unhealthy. And, on the local government election night, February 2024 last year, February 26, 24 last year, the Prime Minister said that him get it. The people want a road and water, and them are gonna get road and water. They're running at them house, but it didn't happen. And it's sad because, I mean, people have to change their mindset. You don't praise politician, MPs, or prime minister, or mayors, or councillor for doing what you elected them to do. This is why they gave themselves 200% to 300% increase. The prime minister said when they get the increase, they're going to start work. So in promising to say they're going to deliver, and you shouldn't have praised them for school, roads, hospital, water. This is their job. This is what you hire them on election day to do. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed as a Jamaican to see this kind of behavior in 2025.
So, Pastor Ricky, wait, make way back up a little bit. Make the truck make the beeping noise. So they took out the pipes and the pumps.
Yeah, it was
after the referendum.
reported in Jamaica. Yeah, after them lose certain constituency or divisions, I should say, a lot of people start losing water, especially in the west side of the island.
Where this lady I live, this was one of those places.
Listen, it's all over Jamaica, man. The Prime Minister went to St. Mary about a month ago and break a water main and promise the people that yes, water they are now. And by the time them leave, them lock it off. And then
And I heard about that. The runner pipe. He went there for the photo op.
Right.
Turn on the pipe, the water run. He left. Then came the NWC and took up them pipe.
Exactly. This is what's going on, man. It's sad.
Now, I want people to make it make sense because I don't get it.
Anytime you're ready for me now, let me know, you know. Anytime you're ready for me now.
Stretch. Pink
let me know anytime you're ready, you know, because I tell you, say, that lady there.
I mean, I'm laughing, but I'm hurting at the same time.
No. Let me just speak to that lady there. Because that lady, she could have been my relative. She may be my relative. We don't know because, you know, 6 removed, right? No, ma'am, as Pastor Rick is saying, and Kevin indicated the same thing. You don't say these kind of things. You don't, there's no coronation. There's no celebration. There's no prize giving or medal pinning on a politician for something that you elected the politician to do, right? You elected the politician to do this. You should be ashamed of saying these things. And I'll show you why you should be ashamed. Here we go. Here we go. And I know that the government is watching, you know. No can't watch. Because remember, I'm telling you, you know, I'm going to beat you with no one words. I'm going to beat you with no one words. And people, I'm just presenting this. And then you can look at what I'm presenting. You saw the video of the lady, you know. I know I'm going to present something to you. And it's something produced by the government. I'm going to produce it to you, present it to you, and then you can make up your own decisions. And this time we're talking about water. W-A-T-E-R we're talking about. All right, here we go. First thing, see that? Message from the leader. Now, when you're leading people, what you have? You have the mass or the masses. You don't have this. See that message from the leader. And who is he leading? The country. This is what them are proclaiming as the leader, leading people. Look who him say it. Look him say it to Kevin. Him say right here, dear friends and colleagues. Right away, him can't lead me if I'm going to say for your friends and colleagues. So if you're not him friend and him colleague, how am I going to lead you? How am I going to lead you? Now him go on to say, and we do this last week, but we're going to have to do this every week, so we reinforce it now, people. Him say, I'm overjoyed that you're taking the time to read the Jamaica Labour Party's proposal. How many of you actually read this proposal, people? That lady, we see her scream and carry on about the water. I guarantee you, I will bet my last dollar that she has not read this manifesto. She has not read it. And this manifesto is 2016, when he was seeking the reins of power. Not looking to continue with the reins of power. He's seeking to get the reins of power. And look what him say right here. See, when we circle him say, the Jamaica Labour Party is very clear in its focus and delivery objectives for the next 5 years. So everything what you see inside of this document, 5 years. 5 years. You're supposed to get it. All right. Now, we could go to water. We could go to number 5. Here we go. Number 5. Hold on, people.
Oh, you want to fight you?
Yeah, always. Oh, And by the way, I don't know if Senator Morgan did edit that one, yeah. Because right as I mentioned it last week, and emerging, that there's no such word. There should be a space between and emerging. But anyway, see, not green people, if you know look on it, you know. Yeah. Remember, say, Patois my first language, you know, because them say what the psychologist said, the language you're dreaming, that are your mother tongue. I'm dreaming of Patois. So it is number 5.
5 is the other way. 5 is the other way.
All right, Sita. No, let me big this up. And I hope the lady who actually shower labor, I hope she's watching. And if you don't know her and in a neighbor, run got call her and tell her to come watch this. Because in 2016, here's what the government said. And not the government, the opposition in 2016. See that? We will fix Jamaica's water infrastructure. We will make strategic capital investments in water. Listen to this next sentence. Jamaica is not short of water. This government does not know how to manage it. So I'm saying Jamaica have whole heap of water. The government just don't know how to manage it. The investment in water will reduce the impact of drought on the economy and also boost agriculture and housing construction. That's number 5 in their 10-point plan to take over Jamaica and run it efficiently and effectively. Now, we could go to page 12. We could go to page 12. What part thing there we talk about it? Okay. The page 12 there. Thing has 11 this. Okay. Remember what I said before now? It's a Jamaica is not short of water. That's what I'm saying. It's just that it's poorly managed. Remember that statement. Because I don't know if it's Mr. Morgan who edit this one, yeah? But we're going to show you something.
Why do you look for the something? Why do you look for the something, Rebel? The lady.
Okay.
The lady is from St. Elizabeth in J.C. Hutchinson's constituency.
Okay. Okay. Look what go down there, so. Why, Kevin? This a fight me more than, this a fight me more than all thing they fight me. More than all.
All of that fight, yeah.
Yeah, this a fight me hard, man. It no one, yeah. You know? All right. All right. Remember now, we know. It's just showing what I'm saying. Water is not short in Jamaica. It's just being mismanaged, right? Couple pages later, same document, 2016. Look what I'm saying. Look on the top right, that's all. To your left. Let me make it bigger. See it? It is. Oh, I go on here. All right. It says it is, however, heavily dependent on 2 main inputs, which are currently expensive and short in supply. In just a Jamaica no short of water. A few pages before this, them said Jamaica is not short of water. Now you see what I'm saying? Water is short in supply. Who are do the editing for them people here? And him say he must solve the water problem, right? That's page 12.
Providing more jobs.
Yeah, make we go to 26 now. Page 26. Stop. What page is this, Kev? 19. Okay. Bear with me, people. Okay. 26. All right. No. Here we go to a segment called Water.
Mm-hmm.
The lady who about shower labor right in a JC Hutchinson thing.
Constituency, yes.
Anyone in the neighborhood where I watch this, on the run go call her. Run go call her for me and make sure know say we are talking about something was the government promised in a 2016. Right? No. Hear what them say them are gonna do. See there? We will invest in increased water production by building new treatment plants, right? And then we're going to do deep water drilling in the hill and bring water from the north coast to the south coast. Did that happen? Did that happen? See it right or so?
No, them still are use truck.
See it right or so? See it, yeah? We will invest in increased water and then we'll bring water from the north coast to the south coast, right?
Okay,
Then look
they
on that.
will do it. They didn't put a timeline on that though. They just said they will do it.
No, but here's what happened. Go back to the what the Prime Minister said. Him say all of the deliverables will be done in 5 years. That's what him say now. I know me write it, I him write it and him sign it at the bottom. Him say 5
No,
years.
no. That's probably not what he said, but Marlon edited it. I'm sorry, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan.
5 years from 2016 will be 2021. So them are gonna blame COVID. Why them not be? Everything them blame COVID.
But here's the thing. Here's why I can't blame COVID. Because in a 2020 manifesto, them come out with a long list of things what them do. Them say we did all of these things, people. So you can't have it both ways. You can't blame COVID and then not blame COVID. You can't. And then not only that, you see, if you're a good government, you plan for the future. That's called being proactive. That's what you do. You plan for the future. And by the way, we still are queer about the money, the COVID loans and all of them things. I mean, no, Pastor Ricky, they're on top of that story there. We are talking about the loans and what them get, and we don't know how the money is spent all now. But hear them say, they are going to increase the percentage of rural homes with access to potable water from 60% to 85%. Did that happen? Is that the access they are talking about where a truck come by once in a while? Is that the access? And look what I'm saying, in urban areas, they will increase it to 95% of homes. Did that happen? Minister Samuda, Senator Morgan threw you under the bus today because him say, are you responsible for that space here? So if you feel up to it, you can give me a call and come on the program. We'll accommodate you anytime, any day, anyhow, anywhere. Now, look at this. They will encourage rainwater harvesting in rural drought-prone areas. Oh, and by the way, this is that one, yeah? They're going to list the National Water Commission on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, making 49% available for public purchase. We know them never talk about the woman who just get the water a while ago. She can't buy nothing on the stock market. We don't know she them attack.
She don't know where that market is.
No, and by the way, you can Google it and look and see if the National Water Commission was on the stock exchange. When I checked it yesterday, it was not listed on the stock exchange. And remember, this is 2016. Them say them going to do them things out. 9 years later, it's still not there. So even if we don't want to buy something, it's not there. No, they're going to rehabilitate the sewage system. We're never going to talk about the sewer system for right now.
Well, Mr. Rattigan, it has come to my attention that the truck that they're using to truck water,
the sewer
trucks.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Yeah.
My goodness gracious!
So they probably have done some work in the sewage department.
My goodness, Kevin. All right, hold on. 27. No,
but they could have cleaned them up very well.
Yeah, but you never want to do that, Kevin. You don't want to do that. You don't want to use that.
No, you don't. Which goes also to show how much they value the lives and the health and the well-being of these individuals that they're trucking this water to that shouldn't have been trucked to in the first place.
Right. Hold on. Let me say something.
But we don't think on those things. We shower water.
All right. See it right so now we know. They must invest in a irrigation water and rainwater harvesting. Same document, no people. See it right so. Move it over. Same document. See it right so. Investment. See it there? So here I'm saying the most direct path to sufficiency of water for agricultural and home use is to make better use of the natural resource where it is found, as rainwater and surface water. So here's what the government said about doing in 2016. We will promote the creation of ponds, catchment areas, and microdams, and create better incentives for households to harvest rainwater. When did that take place? When did all of this take place? When did this take place?
In their minds.
But hold on, man. This is 2016 enough people. So somebody might say, 2016. So now we could go to the 2020 manifesto now and talk about water. Something closer to where they know. 2016, we say them not do the things them what them say them are going to do. No, make we see them do them in 2020. 2020, we go to page 8 first. Page 8. So we do a thing Rona say no. So we do a thing run us up. This is page 6 of 102, page 7. This is page 8, I believe.
Yeah, it's a water, right?
Yeah, man. See it? See it now, you know. See it? See them say, what them say? We increased the allocation of rural water 7-fold. That lady they never get, she wasn't part of this, which allowed for the implementation and completion of several projects. Tell us what the projects are. People don't make them just run them things over now and say, we intend to, we believe, we did projects. Tell them did projects. Itemize the projects. Tell me the projects. Tell me what the projects them. Who was in charge of the projects? Where were the projects implemented? Ask the right questions, people. Hear them say?
Just give it
Projects.
answers, Mr. Rattigan.
What was
They were rural. They were rural, and the type of projects. There were several. Well,
what are the projects? Name them. Name them. What are the projects? Name them.
No.
See, to unserved and underserved rural communities. So that lady, her community obviously is either unserved or underserved. And she still get water by truck. Now look at the other one below it. If we fix pumps and tanks, laid and connected pipes, establish water shops, provided potable water to communities benefiting more than 5,000. Where? Give us the details. Not just come and just throw down things and no, give us the details. What page is this?
More than 50,000 Jamaicans themselves.
But yeah, communities benefiting more than, but we don't know. We don't know. That's what them have said. No, we got to what page 8. No, watch I know. We are going down to page 90 now. It all get better, you know, people. Trust me. It all get better.
Mighty
Hold
God.
on there. It all get better. What page is this? We don't now talk about reparations and all of them things what them talk about, because I just foolishness. Page 69. So 90 there's somewhere down there. So all right. What page is this? 83. We could go down some more. And people, this is an easy thing, you know. This is when we are the writer, so it's elementary. You just take the documents that them put out and promise on the things and then look and say, okay, did they accomplish this? Right? Now, here we are now.
You know, Rebel, when we go into reparations, we need to get one of our listeners involved. Wes Clayton.
Who's that?
Well, I forgot to get him involved. He did a book talking about reparations in Jamaica.
Okay.
You know, sir, while you go to the next page, Mama just said this. The Prime Minister says that they must be aware of politicians who trick them and lie to them and deceive them.
And throw pies upon them.
When them throw pies upon them. And this is basically what he's talking about. And that him do to the people them.
Look here. Let me underline this for now. Hold on there. See it here? Right, that's all. See this? In my bill and upgrade water shops. Now,
you know,
water shops is in. Oh, all right, fine. What do you next time? St. Elizabeth, Commodore, Mansion Hill, and you see the language how them using up people for catching you know. Let me put it now green. Put the language. See the language I know. You see this language? Want to say this? This we also intend. You know what that mean? I mean, it happen. But guess what happened now? You see, because we're so desperate and we want to hold on to something, we don't see this language out. What we say is that we will build water shops in Brampton, Balaclava, and Pedro Flames. That's what we see now. We will build. We don't say we also intend. Remember, everything I've happened within 5 years, you know, right? No, we want to know if all of them water shops are them say them build and upgrade, if these things were actually done. And it's very easy. And ATI will solve this. And plus, we have sources where we can just have them go out and look and things like that. But we don't believe all them things are done. But make us skip that and go to what page I know? 94, 95. See it I know. What is 94? All right, here we are now. Oh, you see, when you see that language up there, so where it says will aim and thing there now. Pastor Ricky know them language, because Pastor Ricky used to work for the federal government. So him know them language, when him see them things that way, him knows that it's just pie in the sky thing. When them just say we intend, we aim, we hope. We want to hear We will. That's what.
Yeah, Will is speaking in future tense, but when you say we intend, that means you don't necessarily have to do what you say. It's just a campaign promise.
Right. Now, make we go down right so. See, more rain, because them talk about it before. So now them come and say more rainwater harvesting capacity. No, me don't understand that one. Me don't know who edit that one. Oh, me know who edit it. It's a
It is a Mr. Rattigan. Wow, I'm sorry for him this morning, but I'm not dealing with him.
No, him says schools will, and him not tell us how schools will benefit. Him says schools will, as a priority, benefit from these projects in this regard. Him don't tell us how. Then him go on to say a special incentive regime will also be developed to offset the cost of investment in rainwater harvesting systems for households and businesses requiring assistance. Again, more pie in the sky, floral language, meaning nothing, gobbledygook. What them need for, you see, let me tell you something, people. A manifesto should be in simple, everyday language. It should be in simple, everyday language so that everybody can understand what the government is, or what the government or the opposition is promising you. It shouldn't be like this. Most of the, I'm not downgrade nobody, I'm not disrespect nobody, but I am willing to bet you that if you read this, a lot of people in Jamaica won't understand this. Let me read it for now. A special incentives regime will also be developed to offset the cost of investment in rainwater harvesting system for households and businesses requiring assistance. It's too much. It's a mouthful. And go on and say this incentive regime will be developed around water conservation and other demand-side management approaches that would reward good practitioners and penalize abusers. We will also review a framework for mandating rainwater harvesting facilities for all new builds. Nonsense. Here's another one. Expanded focus on rural water. Lady, the one who about shower labor, right? This are for you, you know. This are 2030. You hear them say? Expanded focus on rural water will ensure. Let me big it up so if she watch, she can read it herself. See it right there, sir. Will ensure that, let me go back one. Yeah, will ensure that all. And what does all mean? All means all. All no means some. All means all. And when you put language in things like this, you have to hold them responsible. It says, will ensure that all rural spaces and places have access to water for life and livelihoods. By when? 2030. 2030. You see how presumptuous this man is? He might run for re-election for 5 years, 2020. And he might tell you push it out at 2030. So you might tell you a two-term he needs to do this.
Rattigan, is this a commitment or a promise? What do you think?
It is both. It is both. Don't make him fooling about. It is a commitment and a promise. In fact, to be honest with you, a commitment is even stronger than a promise. Right. Because a promise is a comfort to a fool. A commitment is not a commitment means that you're taking steps to ensure that whatever it is that you're telling these people about, it will come to fruition. And here it is. Right? Him said, we will accelerate the provision of water to rural communities through the development of 30 rural projects. Is one of those rural projects delivering water in feces infested tank or feces polluted tank? Is that one of them? Or is it delivering water by tanks? Is that one of the projects? And look what him say, pipe water to some 60,000 residents, 40 catchment tanks, rehab of over 13 more, build and expand rural water supply schemes island-wide. Look, I mean, people, you have to take a step. Let me just move this because it'll get frustrating for me. Because the more we read the manifestos, the two of them, and by the way, some people come and say to me, say, why not read my dear friend? We don't even want to call him name because he's a avowed laborite. But me and him get along very, very well. We not call him name. But him come and say, why don't you go and read the PNP and Mark Golding for them thing? Mr. Tim said, why should I read something that the people of Jamaica rejected? They rejected the PNP's manifesto in 2016. They said, no, we don't want this manifesto. We want this one, the JLP manifesto. We love what them are tell we love what them are promise we. And then in 2020, guess what? The PNP's manifesto, if you think the PNP's manifesto was rejected in 2016, it was wrongly rejected in 2020 because remember, they lost the parliament by 1 vote, right? And in 2020, them lose by a whole heap more. So it was wrong. So I say, why should I then go waste my time, go look on that when this is the one I use to govern the country? I say, yeah, try distract me, man. Yeah, try distract me. So people, this is you ready for me? You ready for me to go show what I'm going with Cornwall Regional because not hold me now, hold me back. Yes. I'm ready to show the people what I'm going, you know.
We should, because you went up the place already and you make them know, say, boy, is cesspool tank trucking water. So because we're going to need medical treatment for these people getting this water from cesspool tanks, let's look at what is going on in the health department. Let's do it. We'll come back to water because it doesn't end here.
But Sir Rattigan, when you think
hold on a second there. Hold your asses, Pastor Ricky. Me know me I leave something, you know. Kevin, me know me I left out something, you know. Kevin.
Which
I
one?
hold back, you know. You make me go to 94, 95 people. Una got dead with laugh now because guess what? No, this is one of the questions I'm ask Mr. Morgan this morning and him couldn't respond. And remember, I him edit this, you know. Mr. Morgan, you say it, you know, sir. You said it. Jeffrey Tavares asked you, have you read the manifesto? You said, read it? I edit that thing, right? So here we go. Here we go with the water thing. We're not finished yet, man. Here's another one. Continued improvement of potable water supply for KSA, right? To the replacement of current infrastructure. And them are going to dig up Spanish Town Road from 6 miles to South Camp Road to improve water supply. We don't know if that was done. Then them are going
what was the road work that was done on this stretch of road recently? Well, over the past 2-3 years or so. Just road resurfacing.
Water.
It had nothing to do with water. So we should just go dig it up back for sort out the water thing.
But here what Kevin, see them talk, you see this one innovative projects to expand water access, them start talk about how them are going to use this system and them are going to undertake steam aquifer vulnerability studies through dye tracing techniques to determine the nature and range of sinks rising and sources in the Rio Bueno sub watershed management unit, as well as the use of isotope hydrology technology to determine aquifer responses in the Hey people, tell them for go. When them come with them nonsense, yeah. Tell them to go, right? And here's the one now where stump Senator Morgan this morning. I mean, him gone look up the answer. Look on this one, yeah. Look on that. The one in green. See that? Development of desalination plants. But ask him about the Moses Lake. You know, him start tell me now, him start define desalination plants to me. I tell me, say, wait, you have salt in the water and you use a process where you can remove the salt. Me never ask him that. Me know that. I know that people. Me living in the Middle East. I used to live in the Middle East. And in the Middle East, that's all that's upon the coastline. Because remember, desert and them full of desal plants. If you want to know about desal plants, go to Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Emirates. Go to them places there. Them are the leader when it comes on desal plants. Where them convert salt water into fresh water. No, how much only did know that Jamaica have desal plants? We are convert salt water into fresh water. Look at what it said. It says here, development of desalination plants for drinking water supply in coastal cities. Yes, indeed. That's where you would build your desal plants on the coast to get the salt water from the sea, right?
And unlimited supply.
Unlimited supply to expand the options for water access in Jamaica. Go back and look at the title. You know, it says we're going to develop desalination plants. That's what I'm saying. Look at the next sentence. It says more specifically, most assuredly. Me, I tell you no. That's what they say now, more specifically. This will begin with what? Not the building, but with the upgrading and expansion of the ferry desalination project. So them tell us them have one already, you know. But ferry not up on the coastline. Ferry inland. Ferry not on the coastline. And them say, which will seek to harness up to 10 mega, whatever it is, from the brackish ferry spring. Well, you know what? I'm going to put it in a green so you can see it, you know, my people. You can see it. See it, you know. Moses Lake. And that me asked the man today about, you know, I said, do you know where Moses Lake is, sir? The man can't answer. And yet still him come out and say, and me edit this report here. So face yourself and I come ask me if me read it. And me edit it. Me know everything inside us. So Moses Lake we are talking about. Big up Moses Lake.
Where
How
Moses
much
Lake?
you know which part Moses Lake there? How many of you, better yet, how many of you know about the desalination plant at Ferry? How many of you know about that? And how many of you are benefiting from the water from the desal plant there? How many of you? And also want to find out how many desal plants have they established since 2020? Now I have a 24-page questionnaire sent to the Prime Minister's office, you know, and to him and to Mr. Samuda, asking them about everything there is to ask about desalination plants in Jamaica. And up to now, mom is the word, but not for long, because we're going to find it next week.
Was this in the form? Was this in form of an ATI?
Indeed.
Oh.
Indeed.
But back to my question, why is it that Jamaica have so many streams, lakes, rivers, and yet the Caribbean Sea surround the whole island where the desalination plants can be, you know, implemented or resurrected? And why is it there's a shortage of water in Jamaica? What do you think?
All right. If you go back to the 2016 manifesto, remember what the Prime Minister and the JLP said, you know, they said that water is, in the first instance, they said water is not short, it's just that it's poorly managed. That's why them complain about the PNP government. Them said them can't manage water. We are gonna manage water and show how people manage water. Water go there all over the place. And so to answer your question, the same criticism they leveled at the previous administration must be leveled against them. Because remember now, they campaigned on it, you know. Them said this is a problem and the PNP cannot handle it. We are the ones to come in and we will deal with this effectively so that we can have water all across the island.
Yeah, because Ian Ailes got on a boat and turn on him phone and video and show at least 10 billion gallons of water flowing into the sea daily in Jamaica.
There you go. Oh, hey, hold on a second, Pastor Ricky. You mentioned about we are talking about flood management. Look at the next category. Flood water management, you know, it said will be implemented through a monitoring system to reduce the risk of loss of life and property damage due to flooding waters. Them do that. When rainfall at Jamaica, when you say the drainage system is the road. Now that we say. And your house, that are the drainage system, the road and your house. When you flood out. Look at the next one. Diversified financing arrangements for new water schemes. Whenever I see the word scheme, we just think about fraud. But anyway, it says irrigation service will be expanded to reach more farmers while subsidies are reduced. Was that done? Was that done? We need not go to the sewage and wastewater treatment. We need not go to that because, Kevin, which part you put my thing at? Hey, we have so much storage up there. So why? Where you put the Cornwall Regional? Wait there.
The video?
No, not the video. The chronology. I thought that's it up here. All right. While Kevin, I look for that, people. Let me just tell you that we have 1,498 devices tuned in right now. So we are talking over 1,500 people. Big up my people in Manchester. Big up my people in St. Elizabeth, St. Mary, St. Anne, St. Thomas, Kingston and St. Andrew, Clarendon, Westmoreland, Hanover, Trilla. Big up the whole town, right? Now, what we're going to know, while Kevin, I look for that. I want to show you I want to show you the genius of some of the people that were that the people who come work with. I was just talking about the Magnitsky petition, 1498. How many of you out there have not heard about the Magnitsky petition? Second question, how many of you have heard about the petition but have not signed the petition? Because here's the thing. It's a fascinating thing in Jamaica that people complain and say, oh, no, do nothing. And then when you ask them, well, what have you done? They don't do nothing either. And then when you explain to them what we've done, them go, oh. And them still don't lift up. We cannot want it more than you, especially the people in Jamaica who are suffering. We can't want it more than you. We don't have to sign this thing because, listen, on the talk about some of you frustrated because the Prime Minister is not in prison. Well, take out your frustration and sign the petition. Sign the petition so that we can do something with it, because guess what? If you don't do anything, you're guaranteed that nothing will be done. Do something. Do something, people. The 1,502 devices. Only go sign the petition, man. Sign the petition. Those are you who haven't signed the petition. Sign the petition. And Kevin, by the way, you never opened the thing. How about this?
That's the Cornwall regional timeline.
Right, Kevin, you bad like yours, man. Listen, people.
Thanks to producer.
Here we are going to know. We have so much lyrics in our head. But here we are going to know. We are going to show you some things now. We're going to show you some things. Just give me a minute, because I pull them down, because our thing runners are full up, and it's like we just see there, it gone already, Kevin, it gone.
Come on, we need to take off some of them.
You have to take off some of them things. Yeah, let me remove that.
Let
me remove Senator Marlon Morgan. Let me remove him. Yeah, him no, I don't think.
Can't remove all that Senate when them lose anyway.
Well, then, yeah, hey, Morgan, I'm doing Morgan things. I'm Rattigan. I'm doing Rattigan things around here. All right. So
setting rat trap.
Yeah. That's it. So hold on there. Let me get to this, people. Just bear with me now, because we have some things that were it go amaze on the one to say where some of our ministers them are do on our dime. All right, wait there. Oh, see one, yeah. Hold on, the people. Right, Kevin, me back up again. All right, move that one, yeah. Move that. All right. What else they doing here, son? Doom. Oh, let me move. Yeah, let me move this gentleman here, Mr. Marlon Morgan. All right, let me move him. People, someone will say, oh, no, take too long. I know that enough people, but it's just so, we have so many things to show you that just, it hold on, man. Send it that one, yeah. By Kevin.
One at a time. I won't do them, we'll take them off and replace them.
All right. So, what we're going to do now, because we don't have much time left. What we're going to do now,
Jamaica content rich.
Yeah, what we're going to do right now, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to entertain you, but we're going to entertain you in a serious way. Some of these things might make you laugh, but like my mother that said, I laugh. I know. I want serious laugh. We're going to show you what, and we'll come back to him during for the manifesto periods. You know, we go through them, but I want to show you something now about our Minister of Health. Okay.
Let me address this in the chat real quick. People, when you find the petition for the Magnitsky Act, do not make your donations there.
Right.
You want to make your donations, you go to the OJLDF website, ojldf.net, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website. Go there to make your donations, but do sign the petition on the site that is on the change.org website. Sign the petition there. All right. And so if you want to make a donation, go to the OJLDF website and you get all the ways that you can donate. Thank you. Rebel.
Okay.
And signing the Magnitsky Act is free. It doesn't cost you anything right now. Just to let everyone know. Because that was
All
some
right.
of the concern people might say, oh, we have to pay it. No, it's free.
It
No.
only costs time.
Most of you have seen videos of the hospitals. You've seen videos of our Minister of Health. And I'm going to show you some videos today. And it's a stroke of genius that, you know, we have some folks who working around here with us. They were able to put some things together and nice up the thing. All right. So what we're going to do now, let me just pull this up on, okay, hold on 1 second. No, we're not for wait on that. All right. All right, here we go. Want to remember this?
Home a little cottage in the hill, way up in West End Grill. This man said, turn it on. Hey baby, chew it on me. My lips wanna eat. All you wanna go, to my surprise, you right at home. Home a little cottage in the grill. I wrote this line for you, baby. For a little cottage green, hey baby. I realize I love you still.
All right. Want to remember that one there? We had fun laughing at it, but while we're laughing, we should be reminded that at the time we were laughing, people were dying in the hospitals while in Galavan on the beach. And not to mention beach access, you know. A lot of us, we still not have access to the beaches. But here's another one from this gentleman here.
River water, fresh fish, and water better combination. This is one of the best parishes in Jamaica. You figure it out. Yes, sir. Somebody must stop.
All right. Let's remove that.
So wait, hold on. Which part that was when him sit down and water under him foot?
I don't know. The man said river water and fresh fish. Nice, like spice, right? I mean, well, people, 70% of Jamaica, they can only dream about a fish like that, right? But him publicize it, you know, right? You think something like this, would keep quiet. Folks, I want you to watch this. I just want to thank all of the people who work on this video, yeah. Work on this video with the minister, with the minister. Forget this to the public. Here we go. Hear the music say, open your eyes and see for yourself. When you see for yourself, you see the lifestyle where the man you live. People are dead. What, Kevin, what the one with the thing there? With the Cornwall Regional Hospital there? The one with the people we want to show that one there because it's gonna be a good introduction.
The hospital on the floor.
Yeah. You look fitter right now because it's gonna be a good introduction to it'll be
Come
a
on,
good.
I can
All
find
right.
it.
While
for you.
Kevin, I look for that, people. Let me show you something. While Kevin, I look for that. Take a look at this.
See for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open.
All right. Open your eyes and see for yourself, right? Now, that people, them just open up that, right? That's the admin section for the Cornwall Regional Hospital. And I have a radio where a strong viewer wrote, this is not a hospital, it's an incomplete project dressed up as a political campaign stunt. After 9 years, Tufton unveiled a waiting room and a guest bathroom, staging it as progress. But there are no hospital beds, no diagnostic equipment, no operating theaters, no ICU, no labs, no imaging units. The essential components of a real healthcare facility are missing, yet the people are expected to celebrate. It's a blatant attempt to fool Jamaicans as if they can't see through the performance. This isn't progress. This is an insult, a calculated act of disrespect to the very people they claim to serve. So the people them claim to serve.
I sure know, man. I sure you up tough time. Okay. Cornwall Regional Hospital, this in a brother. 1 week up straight now, brother, them a people playing a rasta, don't have to one bed, you know. Everybody have to sit down in a wheelchair. Move in a wheelchair. Sit down in a chair. Watch your brother. Where health system gone to Jamaica. Not even a bed. The people then can't down the man. Tell me if you totally I start miss this man.
I saw me there, you know. Watch me now.
Tough time, you need to go on better.
Sorry.
Yeah, man, you need to do better on this. Healthcare system need to fix, man. In a Cornwall Regional Hospital, man. The people are not even a bed for lay down upon. 1 week and had. Watch out. Watch this all come on, I say. A chair, you don't need a better. Chair. See there? No, tell no lie.
Okay. Now, the gentleman said, the man said, tough time you for go on better. Him should have stopped at go on. Not better. Him shouldn't go to better. Him should have said, tough time, you need for go on. You need for go on. So poor people, don't see what I'm showing now. I'm showing now the facade. Where I'm showing now the admin thing, set up and everything. But in the back, we just show you what go on in the back. Now, what the hospital really make for deal with the people in the back. People in the back. Get the equipment and start work. Start doing 9 years. 9 years. No, we have heard so many things about the Cornwall Regional Hospital. And I'm proud to present to you tonight a chronology of this debacle. You are going to see, and if you no can, wait the thing that wait name Kevin when you use your phone and you're not so technologically competent. Wait name when you use your phone. Screenshot. If you no can screenshot this, now go slow so you can write down them things. If you don't want, go back and watch the program. Now go do it now. So see that so. I wait there, Kevin. All right, people. See what we are going to show you. This can big up Kevin. All right, I set up his steel.
That is it.
That is it.
Maybe I can do it another way. Hold on. Maybe.
I want the people them see this now.
That little bigger.
Yeah, that's not bad. All right, people. Here's what we have now. We already show you how the Minister of Health is living. We didn't even talk about how him gone all over the world. I try to recruit nurses and doctors, healthcare professionals to come to Jamaica because they want to keep him visa. So they must send home the Cubans. We didn't even talk about that. We'll get to that. Maybe not today, but this is what we want to get to today. The Cornwall Regional Hospital project timeline. That's what we want. First entry, September 2016. Remember, they got into power February 2016. September 2016, at the Cornwall Regional Hospital, noxious fumes forced the evacuation of the hospital's accident and emergency department. So what that mean? Hazardous fumes start come out through the vent them and the hospital accident and emergency department. Them have to dig up. Them have to run out. Them couldn't stay. Them are dead. That's September 2016. Let's go to February 2017. The fumes returned, prompting evacuation of the first 3 floors. And fiberglass particles in the ventilation system were found to be the cause. September 2016, it happened first, people. And February 2017, 5 months later, them have to, first 3 floors, them have to runway because same thing come back. Now let's go to the third entry, May 2017. The Western Regional Health Authority Director Dr. Douglas said floors 4 through 6, including the ICU and operating theaters, would be refurbished by May 30th, right? And them said full restoration was targeted for September 2018. So they must say, what, 15 months later, full restoration done. By September 2018, hospital nice and pretty and decent and I take care of all of the Jamaicans who need medical care in another part of the country there, or who travel to that part of the country. 1 month later, remember 2017, them tell you this, that this got finished in 2018, May 2017. Look what happened in June 2017. 1 month later, the nursery was removed to the 7th floor after nurses fell ill from fumes. Cornwall Regional Hospital, flagship hospital out in another part of the country then. January 2018, mold was removed from floors 8 to 10 and plans were made to move the boiler outside. January 2018. Look at March 2018, 2 months later. Health Minister Tufton said boiler relocation would take 2 weeks and full restoration was set for November at a cost of 2 billion Jamaican dollars. That was the promise. Moving on. August 2018, the Minister of Health appointed an oversight committee led by Professor Archibald McDonald with a target to have the hospital fully operational by not September 2018, but August 2019, it moved again. And by the way, some of them people where you see my appoint and things like that, I friend them. Some of them people where see my appoint are people him know. January 2019, he announced that the replacement of the hospital's plumbing, electrical fittings, and roof restoration would begin in a few months with a combined cost of 500 million Jamaican dollars. Then February 14, 2019, the CM Archibald McDonald, head of the Oversight Committee, informed the St. James Municipal Corporation that the total cost of restoration would rise from 3 billion to 3.5 billion. That's 2019. Then look at December 2019, the end of the year. He announced that the restoration will be completed now, not by 2019, but by 2020. And now it would cost 3.8 to 4 billion. And people were saying, we don't need to refurbish this hospital. We need a new hospital. And him say, no, you don't need a new hospital because a new hospital would cost 30 billion. We're doing this on the cheap. We're doing this at 3.8 to 4 billion. And you're talking to us about building a hospital for 30 billion. What's wrong with you? That was December 2019. Look at October 2020. The committee confirmed that the completion date could be delayed to late 2021 or early 2022 due to the pandemic. Pandemic now have nothing to do with this. You already budget this out. Put the people and make them work and finish the thing. Right? Next slide. January 2021. Dr. Maurice Guy, member of the opposition, suggested that the restoration could cost not 3 or 4 billion, but 10 to 12 billion. And he said it would be more than the committee's estimate. But guess what? Our I don't know if you even call him our minister of health, freewheeling, happy-go-lucky, not a care in the world. Him dismissed the claim. Him said, Dr. Guy, you don't know what you're talking about. Leave us alone. 10 months later, the minister announced that the rehabilitation would resume before Christmas following a contract signing with M&M Jamaica at Sandals, Montego Bay. Let me stop this and tell you something now. I was on a program where we interviewed the minister. I know what the minister said when we asked him why it takes so long and so much money. He said that the mistake he made was to hire a contract with Jamaican developers. Because he said Jamaican developers, they know how to build hotels, they don't know how to build hospitals. And he said as a result of that, he went to the diaspora and he got diaspora members and others to come to Jamaica to do the work on the hospital. Because the people in Jamaica, them don't know what they do. Right? So he said I'll start before Christmas. February 2022, them announced that it's now going up to 5.8 billion. March 2022, him appointed Jeffrey East, who replaced McDonald, and them claimed that the project are going to finish by December 2024. That's March 2022. May 2022, 2 months later, same Dr. Guy, the opposition member, noted that the 2022-2023 budget set the project cost at 5.8 billion, but highlighted that 4 billion had already been spent, doubling the initial estimate. Doubling it. Now we come to February 2023. The restoration cost rose to 10 billion from 5.8 billion to cover phase 3, including rehabilitation of 10 floors, new equipment and infrastructure. And now the completion was set for March 2025. September 2023, we have a Chinese firm, ZDA Construction. Them award them a 15 billion contract to complete the final phase of the project. That's 15 plus what them spend already, you know. And look what it said. The cost for redeveloping Cornwall Hospital is now estimated at 23.5 billion. And the project now has been extended to March 2027. So always them show you the admin thing and it's pretty and things like that. It's like, you know, your veranda pretty, but your house dirty. We know them, some of them people there, where you go up on the veranda and it shine. You can't see your face in that. And when you just take a trips and looking at the house and you look inside the house, you see a cockroach and lizard and everything, and dirty clothes and all mattress and plate no wash and all kind of things. That is what happened right here. It's just staging. And see what I'm saying in April 25, this month, a grand opening of the administrative block, a campaign stunt to stage progress. Now remember now, them said the project now go finish till 2027. And them open up now the admin piece for 2025. You don't think them should have opened up the hospital piece where people get treatment?
Yeah.
And look at this. In December 2020, way back when, Glester Ricketts, president of the Jamaica Institution of Engineers, described the Cornwall project as the poster child of state bureaucratic projects, a classic example of runaway spending on poorly scoped work.
Oh my God.
People, want to copy down this thing here now when people are telling the nonsense, want to go through them things and ask them if the dates them wrong, if the events them wrong. That's what we want to do. Remember now, I'm going to go back. See where it started, I know. It started with 2 billion 2018. See it right that's on March 2018. It will take 2 weeks and the full restoration, right, was set for November at a cost of 2 billion. And see what we're there now. We're there now 2027 and 23.5. And I guarantee you that it's going to cost more than that. I guarantee it's going to cost more than that. But you know what happened, people? You know what happened? We are supposed to be blamed for this. And I tell you why. because we don't pay attention. We don't follow what Jeanette Calder has been preaching to us, saying that as a Jamaican in your relationship with the government, you should realize that you are a financier, because everything with the government have your money finance it. You are an owner. The government own, or you own it. And you are an employer. They're going to be coming to you within the next few months, asking for a job. I want you to remember them things, yeah. I want you to remember them things, yeah. All I want to suffer and God hospital officer, I want you to remember them things, yeah. And this idea about shower labor right because you get a little half that barrel of water where you're supposed to get from 2016. How ridiculous. How ridiculous. Now I'm going to show you something, people. I'm going to show you something that we need to do. And if we have been doing this, we would never end up in any of these situations. This is called accountability. Where is it, Kevin? Where is it? Let me find it. Where is it? Okay, here it is. No. We have friends and colleagues and contacts all over the world. And there's a friend of mine. He's watching right now. Ian, he's watching right now. He didn't know what I was going to talk about today. And he sent me this. It's like he was divinely inspired to send me this. I'm going to play something and show you how you hold, not even you, but how politicians hold politicians accountable for things and how them look foolish. This happened about 2 days ago in South Africa. I want you to take a look. And I want you to listen. Here we go.
Financials reflect 41,041 Rand across 2 years for NSA condolences. What is that? Is there anyone to respond to me on finances here? I expect the CEO to be able to respond on finances.
Honorable Member, I have to check the document that you're talking about.
You can't check a document. You can't come to a portfolio committee that represents the people of South Africa and say you must check a document. You are a CEO and you are supposed to know what is inside of your document. So please explain to me and the 250 South Africans watching now and the hundreds of thousands that are going to watch, what is NSA condolences? You spent 41,000, you ought to know.
The only thing I can remember at the top of my mind is the players that, well, netball players that died. That's what I remember at the top of my mind.
You spent 41,000. What did you use it for?
Honorable Member, with due respect, can I get back to get the details? Because this is not for this financial year.
No, you are correct. It's not for this financial year. It's for the 2024-2023 financial year. At the financial years that ended in 2023 and 2024.
Exactly, Honorable Member. I was employed in October 2023 and I wanted to be given an opportunity to go and check and I will report back.
So you didn't do your homework before the portfolio committee? You present us a report, you don't do your homework on the report. What must can happen? Yes?
I did my homework.
Now you don't know what the 41,041 Rand was for.
Can I humbly request that I go and check those details, Honorable Jacobs?
You cannot humbly request that you go and check details. It doesn't matter how you change the wording of your request. I want the answer now.
I don't have the answer now.
So you don't have the answer?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Then I want to move to correctional services. 53,091 Rand was spent to a line item called correctional services. What was that for?
And
what is your name, CEO? I want the South Africans to just hear your name and surname.
My name is Mudiege Komani.
Yaleboa.
My name is Mami Diale. The money for correctional service, what happens is, as and when Department of Correctional Services has a championship, they request support from Netball South Africa. And with that support, Netball South Africa will invoice them in terms of selectors, in terms of umpires and all that.
Thank you very much.
So they will pay that money.
That's fine. Then I want to know, you paid 119,217 Rand for a social media influencer. Why and who was it? And what was the results of it?
This is that was part of the 2023 Netball World Cup, and
Nope, it was 2024. It ended in that financial year.
Say that again.
The statement ends for the 31st of March 2024. So who was the social media influencer? What did they do? How much did they cost? And what was the person? What was the outcomes?
That's when the CFO is absent, Honorable Jacobs.
But we need a response, Chairperson. We need a response. There's people here that ought to account to us now, and I want the accounting now.
That's when a CFO is absent. This is what happening.
Then you sit here with silence. And I think that the nation deserves to hear the silence also, because I can feel in the room there's a tension that you can't cut with a butter knife, you can't cut with a meat cleaver. Leave the tension and give us the answers. That is what we want. So please tell me, who was the person? What was it used for? There's got to be someone here that knows that.
I don't have the details, Honorable Jacobs.
You don't got the answers. You don't have the answers.
The details.
You don't have those answers.
I don't have the details.
So you don't know where the money went.
I'm saying the details of the particular influencer.
The details of the particular influencer.
Yes, Honorable
And you don't have the results of your spending on that particular
We
influencer.
do have the social media report of the spending, Honorable Jacobs.
Thank you very much. Then I want to know, you spent 47,000 Rand, 47,568 Rand on consulting fees. What was that for? It's just there, a line item, consulting fees. Now the homework is being done, Chairperson. This is what happens when you study inside of the lecture. Proceed. Nagana.
Now we understand the challenges that NSA have.
That's why there's a problem. And I'm going to finish it with my last point. Proceed. I want an answer.
Honorable members, Honorable Chair, I don't think this is fair because...
Why is it not fair?
This is very detailed and it requires, had we received, we would have attached evidence of these things. Like I indicate, I'm not giving an excuse. I came in October and these financials were already audited.
Chairperson, no.
So I need to go and consult to check this information.
Chairperson, the reason I'm saying that is because you can't come here, account, and then have nothing to account with. It is almost as if I must call you back for another meeting so you bring your details so that you can flesh them out. We are fleshing them out now. That is when the fleshing out is happening. So can't you tell me what you spent 47,000 Rand on for consulting fees? You can't tell me. Yes or no?
No.
You don't know. As a CEO, you don't know. Okay. Then, on the Spa Proteas, in 2023, you spent 1,440,000 Rand. In 2024, you spent 622,757 Rand. I think we know what I'm going to ask. What was the consulting fees for? It's over 2 million Rand in consulting fees. What were the consulting fees for? 2 million. There's netball players and coaches that are watching this now, wondering what happened to that 2 million. Couldn't my players get balls? Couldn't my players get kits? Couldn't my players get tackies? Couldn't my players get a court? But there's 2 million on consulting fees. What was the consulting fees for? Chairperson, I'm convinced that I was speaking English.
Yeah, Honorable Jacobs, I'm going to skip you. We have to reschedule a follow-up discussions.
So can I confirm, Chairperson, that she does not have the answers as we speak? That the CEO and members of the executive do not have the answers as we speak?
There's no responses. There's no responses.
There's no responses. They don't have the answers. They can't account.
So we have to get this on the latest stage, and perhaps, Honorable Liam Jacobs, may I request that you put that down on paper and that we get a response in due course.
First question. Rebel.
Yes, sir.
The video. I notice you're well caught up in the moment, you know. First question. What is the position of Honorable Jacobs?
Honorable Jacobs, I think he's a member of parliament and he sits on an oversight committee.
And the people that he was asking to give answers to the question.
Yes.
Who are they?
Those people are the executives of this South African Sports Committee. They're responsible for netball and the whole thing, rugby, cricket, soccer, whatever.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked that to put things into perspective, because people that are watching only hear the words and the tone, and you have to get the full picture. So the whole thing is, yes, we're holding people accountable. Now, what I'd love to do is to get a side by side. So we have this video and we have a video of Jamaican Parliament.
Mm-hmm.
God, Pastor Ricky, I laugh.
It ain't gonna happen. Is that what
Hold on, watch it there. Rebel.
Minister said, Ratty, it ain't gonna happen.
Oh, hold on. No, you know what? But first,
that will not happen. That will never happen.
That's right.
No, Scar, and that's what she said. She said it won't happen.
Pastor Ricky, let me do it. No, but seriously, people, understand this. I don't know when we're going to ever see something like this in our parliament. We can't get answers from our MPs when we have a town hall meeting. We can't get answers from our MPs, and we call them up because there's a water issue in a community that they're responsible for, because they send us to go call water commission ourselves. We can't get answers to simple questions like, tell me about desalination plants that we have.
See,
and where is this lake? A lake at which we have one of these desalination tanks that you edited a whole manifesto that it is worded in. No, we get glorified talkers with elaborate words. Seriously? At what point does it move from Jamaica land we love to Jamaica land we own? And then we show our love.
Oh, hold on there, Kevin. No, keep talking. There's another video here, There's another video here we have to show, because where is it? The one with the car park, Kevin. You remember that one there?
The car park?
Yeah, hold on. I have to send it to you. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Wanna see how Rebel set me up? Each week? Wanna see?
No, man. Hold on. Hold on.
Well, OT, right. When you ask questions like that, then you get accused of being bad mind. I spoke with a colleague, a broadcaster, this past week, and he carries this broadcast also. And he said to me, initially when you guys started out, I didn't like the program because it seemed so one-sided and like you were just bashing the government. Although sometimes you know really go hard, you know. I can't miss it, no. But sometimes you know really go hard, you know. And I said, tell me this. If you are running an entity, and in this case, the government of Jamaica, and there are things that are supposed to be happening and they're not happening, who you ain't ask about it? You can't ask who not there. You have to ask who is there. So this is what is happening. And the difference is with this broadcast and other broadcasts is that we're going to take your words, ask you about your words, and show you responses to your words that you have put out. We're not making anything up. We're not doing any. Yeah, there's the occasional opinions, but the opinion comes from or is based off what is presented, the evidence that is there. But behind it all, everything is what is there. You put out a statement, we're taking your statement and we're asking you about it. You're not giving us an answer. We're looking at what you had said about this statement at some other point in time, whether come or have passed. Either way, you are going to respond, whether you like it or not. And thanks to people that ask relevant questions, not calling any names, but you Vumba Va and you Vumba V, when you ask certain questions and you get matter-of-fact answers, like, know it, I edited it with poise and character and confidence, then you have heaped on your own head all that you have that you will get and all that has been meted out as towards this document in the past because you have claimed it. But you're not going to come out and claim that, yes, we should have done this, but we didn't. And we as a people going to say, yeah, a farmer cesspool truck bring some water for me. And I've been wanting this water for about 3 months now. Because the last time I did get some water, rain did pass through, and I set a bucket outside. And my donkey out for dry up and dead.
Tell him 9 years from the government, we'll wait for the water. From the government, 9 years.
My God.
But Kevin, sorry to interrupt you, but somebody put Ubuntu put that the desalination plant on a lake, and then somebody say, yeah, the lake is in the Bible.
Galilee, Jesus walked.
Yeah. And then hold on a second. Then George Smith said floors 1 to 6 is to be demolished and recast, something that have been done at least 2 times already. And he said it's on page 516 in the budget of revenue and expenditures 2025. George Smith, thank you so much for that information, people. You see? So me talk about. Look at George Smith at 714. Him said that 2 times them do it already, them demolish 1 to 6. Then here's another one. There's another one here that I just saw. Hold on. Oh, Kevin, I sent you the last video. Can you put that up, please? No. Oh, somebody said that. Oh, we don't do that. We don't do that in Parliament anymore. We don't do that. People, family members, please understand what I'm saying to you. I'm not asking you for the politicians to ask the politicians. I'm saying you hire these politicians. Where are your town hall meetings? That is when you go there with the same thing that this politician is, Mr. Jacobs is doing. You can do it with your politician. Ask him, where did this money go? Ask him. And if all 63 constituencies start doing that, it would be a different ball game. And that's why I'm saying, 1, politicians supposed to live where they represent. And 2, the people supposed to provide them with a manifesto. And in that manifesto, they said, these are the things we want from you. And we want you, not want, you must come to our meeting. Okay.
Hold on. Sorry.
What going on?
No.
What you want me to do?
No, it just need to be muted. Because it have a, I didn't, yeah, we never get this video. So I'm going to have to download it. But go on, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Train of thought. Go ahead.
Right. So what, we can't answer nobody.
Don't worry, we can see you.
Okay. All right. So the idea that we have to ask, this doesn't happen in Parliament, is of no moment, because what we're saying is that you, the people, you, the employers, you're supposed to tell your employees that they must come before you and give a status report every 3 or 4 months about the state of the constituency. That is what we're asking. So we don't expect the politicians to do this, because who knows, because of the configuration that it probably won't happen. But this is what happens, right? This is what happens when you have people who are serious about the people's business. This is what happens when you have people who are serious about the people's business, that they can ask these biting questions of these officials who are being paid. And you see him talk to them as if they're employees, not as if him are the employee. These are high-ranking officials, them run the sports ministry. And they ask them questions. Where did this money go? How was it spent? Who is the influencer? You might ask them questions and they can't answer. And you see how pitiful it look. No, just think. Go ahead, Pastor Ricky.
I'm sorry. This reminds me of on the Hill, Capitol Hill, where I've watched a lot of hearings with the Appropriations Committee, and them drill like this on Capitol Hill in America.
Right.
And if we have a model like this, implemented in the parliament in Jamaica, right now, the only committee I see active in the parliament is the Integrity Oversight Committee. That's it, where they're trying to destroy the Integrity Commission, sorry. But I don't see any other committees, because I watch Parliament on Tuesdays and sometimes on Friday. And Jamaica, you are absolutely right, Sir Rattigan. The citizens of Jamaica have to take control and take back power from the government and hold them accountable, because with $3 trillion missing, every ministry that has money misappropriate, chopped, gone, disappear, stolen, whatever, that minister should come before the constituents, and the constituents should ask tough questions and hold them accountable. And if they can't answer, don't vote for them.
Right. No, you see, the yard night said that water commissioner gave 18 degrees now, Zara Burton, the run around on info regarding the Rio Corber. And there is some agreement they have with a French company in Jamaica that's working in Jamaica. We know about that. Yeah, we know about that, because they were supposed to report, you're supposed to report maximum 60 days. And it gone way past that. So we're watching that. And then Denise. And then Denise said that this is what we call an ambush. Why, Denise, we really wouldn't call it an ambush, because you know why? The CEO says she get the job in 2023. At 2025, them ask her the question, I don't know if you look on it, it's like 2 days ago, this report. I wait there, Kevin. Let me just go back and see if I can say move it. No.
What, the video?
No, look on the date.
Financials reflect 41,041 rand across 2 years for NSA condolences. What is that?
4 days ago. 4 days ago. And she said she get the job in 2023. And then she show up now in front of the oversight body and she have no answers. But even put she aside, one to the other people who did it from long time. And them can't. Because this is what happened. And you can tell, say, them used to business as usual where they weren't asked these questions. That look like at the first time they might get asked them questions. Yes. Yes. So them just show up unprepared and think, say, oh, it has to be a frolic. It will be a run in a fun run in the park. And that's why them do that. But Catherine Daly, I beat the Dickens out of them. But hold on there. I want to show you something now. We're not finished with our Minister of Health yet, I want to show you another video. See it.
The car park at the University Hospital of the West Indies must be seen in the context of a whole.
I want to understand what I'm talking about, you know. I'm not talking about the operating theater, ICU, equipment, none of that. You're not talking about car park. How many people are going to the hospital have even car? You see when priority there? Sita.
Holistic overhauling, expansion of the University Hospital of the West Indies. It's important to note that this is a very important institution to our overall healthcare services provision, as it is a tertiary institution. So not just focus on providing basic services, but specialized services and also training of medical personnel. And this doesn't apply to Jamaica, it applies also to the Caribbean region. The car park is what will provide the basis on which other expansions can take place to accommodate more people. So I want to commend the team, the designers, the contractors, and of course the staff and the management of the institution to just continue to provide leadership to the rest of the healthcare system across the country and the region.
This man is a disgrace, man.
My God.
This man, as I said, sick tomok. Sick tomok, man. People don't see where the focus there. You see where the focus there. No, the thing is, right? I'm going to have to ask them a question now. Is a car park a part of the holistic expansion of healthcare? A car park. So well, no expansion of specialized care and diagnostics equipment. I expect him to say we have MRI, we have sonograms, we have all of the things them where you need for treat and cure and assess and deal with patients, diagnose. We expect that. Waiting rooms and car parks. And guess what happened now, people? Guess what happened now? What we need to do is look and see who get the contract for the car park. That's what we need to see.
Yeah.
If none of them are in friend.
Cronyism.
You believe this people, don't believe this not this day and age where people, when they want to show up, go back and show the hospital setting. Can't see it already. And instead of the man say, I could get some more beds. I could get some more this. I could get some more that. Him say, no, I could get some more car parks. How many of you run go to the hospital have car for park? Most of them take bus or no friend a drop on off.
Taxi them take.
This man is another red shoes I wear with a black tuxedo. Enough it. In our work. Square peg in a round hole, Catherine Daly. You're absolutely correct. More beds, more JB, CT scan machines. Yes. Car park. Them people don't have no heart, me I tell you. Kevin and Pastor Ricky, them not how them can't sleep at night time when them have rob.
Oh, steal Pastor P.
Them a rob, them a steal. And them go to bed and sleep well at night. And knowing that them can fly out, go to Miami because them send back the Cubans, them and them have them visa. And people are come now and ask for little medical assistance and attention. And them say, no, you know what we are going to do? We're going to spend the money on car park here, man. Oh, another thing too, and we are going to show it next week. One of the things with them proposing in the 2020 manifesto, is that them do out service, like the CT machines and the this and all of the machines where you need in the hospital. They make them friend. Have them and then you have to go at them friend now go pay a ton of money instead of the government to provide that as a farmer care for you. You come in, them say, no, we don't have the machine. You have to go down a Rails Road or go down a this and them friend them send you to.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And them get a kickback from it too.
Eh?
Well, of course.
Of course they're going to get a kickback money from the referral.
But that's how business works. What do you mean?
These are the things, people, will keep me up at nights. These are the things that keep me up at nights. When we send them build a car park, instead of them put a CT scan machine in the thing, or a respirator, or some other machine for help people. These are the things that keep me up at night. And when we want them for though, when we want Senator Morgan and the rest of the FEME Confederates, want them come and say, Rattigan, what you are saying is a lie. One of them come and tell me, say, when we play, Kevin, away there, this year, well on them. One of them come and tell me, say, they must come and tell me, say, Rattigan, you see this? What go on, Kevin? It not play.
Well, the thing I move.
You know, not play. But when them must come and tell me, they must come and tell me that a AI me use, that Minister Tufton never said them things there. Or better yet, Minister Tufton must come and say, no, I never said those things. I don't know what you're talking about. It's all AI. That's what they must come and tell me. So instead of them, they are cuss me. Jamaica people, me know no love me, you know. Me know no love me. Because here what now, me nah look nothing from the government of Jamaica. Me nah look nothing from the opposition of Jamaica. Any opposition. You know what me I look for? Me I look for the day when all of you can get the services, can get the opportunities that the government should have prepared and provide for now. When you can get decent jobs, well-paying jobs, can take care of the family, when housing costs is affordable, when medical is affordable, when you can drive on the roads, them and not worry about look at patrol on the pro box, the one where Minister Favor Williams are telling about, and the mash up that one, it mash up when all of them things there. When school can turn out on the kids them to be productive members of the society, that is when me feel like my job over, when that are gone. So me make it clear that me no care who is government, me care who are the people. That's what me care about.
Yeah.
And this government, them did it for 9 years. And I don't want them come tell me about what the PNP did with 1850, 20. I don't want them come tell me that, because guess what happened? That train left the station. They came in 2016 and said, the PNP government not good, them this, them that, vote for we are going to fix the problem in 5 years. And see me showing all of the things them with them not fix in 5 years, right? Then them come back in 2020 and say, hey, we need more time to do what we said we did not go do, and we never do, and we need more time. And see, from 2020, we're going up to 2025 now, and still, things with them promising at 2016, them still not do yet. So, how you can really people, how you can sit down and them give you some water, we come out of some shit tank, excuse me, come out of some cesspool tank, and I say, show all you ever right, show all you ever right. How you can, where the mindset they come from?
My God.
Where the mindset they come from? Them drive it in on saying that, listen, on our servants, on our minions, on do, on get when we decide to give on. And by the way, it's an election year, so I'm going to vote for it. Because we're just going to water. Even though we promised it from 2016. But hey, better late than never. People,
yeah, and take it back.
We have to wake up. We have to wake up. We need a reawakening or an awakening, whichever. We need something in Jamaica so people can look. And when I'm telling you, I'm not telling you who for vote for now. All I'm saying is look at the last 9 years and ask yourself the question, did you get the promised prosperity? That's all I'm asking. Did you get the promised prosperity?
No.
And if you didn't get it, well, first I'm gonna ask you, did you get the promised prosperity in 2020? And if the answer is no, ask yourself another question. Did you get the promised prosperity from 2020 till now? So from 2016 to 2020, 2020 till now, did you get it? How many of you went from poor class? Remember now, you know, the Prime Minister got up, you know, grandstand and in a grandstanding moment, and him said the mantra of the JLP is to move people from poor class to middle class. Him said that. I want to ask on the no poor people, because poor people make up the electorate. You know, most of the people who vote in Jamaica are poor people. How many of you went from poor class to middle class in the last 9 years? How many of you,
Mr. Rattigan?
How many of you?
Zero.
Mr. Rattigan.
Is that 30? Is that 30? Pastor Ricky, Mr. Goes at 30. Zero.
One lady get the donkey name prosperity. Someone put up one.
Well, maybe the water tank named Prosperity. Them shall write Prosperity.
No, it shall prosperity if you carry the water tank. But
Yeah.
let me ask you this. How are you going to change class when school not keep?
My God.
That's true. That's true. And people, let me tell you something. Glad you asked a question there about school, because we are talking about the future now. We don't have it today. It was supposed to be done today. I think it was done, but we can't play it right now. We're not get to play it. But June 21st, we, the people in the diaspora, alongside our brothers and sisters in Jamaica, we're going to have a reconnection rally. And here are some of the things we're going to do, but the government not do. Right? We don't get the money like the Governor General, almost $750 million Jamaican dollars. And him keep party for who? Him keep party for him friend, him colleagues and foreigners. Him no keep party for the poor people in Jamaica. In fact, if you try come cross in property, a prison you go. What we are going to do, we're going to start the drive to get shoes, clothing, books, and toys for the children of Jamaica. We are going to feed them. And we're going to feed you, the adults, as well. We're going to have entertainment. And we're going to provide meaningful education on what it means to be a Jamaican. And we're going to be looking at two topics: the cost of living and the Constitution. We're going to be looking at those topics through the lens of civics. How do you participate? And I've said it before, and I'll give the example again. You cannot now go to your parliamentarian and complain about the budget. Budget pass already. Now is the time you go and tell them, say, for the next budget cycle, we need this, we need that. This is when you take control of your destiny, you take control of your future, people. This is it. If there's a time to do it, it's now. And if there are people to do it, we can't leave this for somebody else to come do it, because our eyes are opened and we are take off the skills off of the people who I still have skills on them, so that they can see what is going on. And like I said, you want the Prime Minister to go to prison? I suspect that a lot of people want to see him go. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me show this. Hold on there. Hold on. Let me show this, Kevin. I was part of there. The brother there was part. The one where them I look upon him. Oh, senior. I am this. Yeah, I am this.
Oh yeah, and the one beside it is.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Look upon these people. See this? See this? See this? Now I read it for now. U.S. court clears path for corruption probe into Prime Minister Brown's finances to proceed. Now this man I know, senior. Gaston Brown, right? And look which court issued that edict. It was, and the decision was handed down by Jesse Furman in the Southern District of New York, right? Having to do with some seal of a yacht or whatever. Gaston Brown. So all I know what say, oh, them can't do nothing. And blah, 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 blah. You see now, he must go give up. You see, but them bring the action. Where him come from? Antigua him come from? Where him come from?
Yeah, one of the eastern small.
Oh yeah, Antigua and Barbuda, right? And you see what happened? Him are the leader of the country, you know. And now him have to answer to a prosecutor in where? New York.
Yep.
New York. People sign the Magnitsky, me a beg you no. Sign the Magnitsky. If we don't take a shot at goal, we have no chance of scoring. Somebody took a chance at goal and see where Mr. What name? Gaston Brown. You see where he is right now. You see where he is. Somebody have to take a shot at goal. Help us take that shot at goal.
And Sir Ratty, the former premier Andrew Floyd of the British Virgin Island are the 11.5 years right now in our federal prison.
In
right
prison.
here in America. Yeah.
Prison. Right, people? So we are asking you for help on ourselves. We are do the heavy lifting too, you know. We are do the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
We are asking you for help on yourself. Signing the petition, nobody will know you sign the petition because them can't see it. And we have some reports. Oh, hold on there. Hold on there, Kevin. You have another one up here, sir. Which part is there? The one with the human rights thing. There's a human rights report up here.
To the left. Keep going.
Keep going. Like that. Considers report of Jamaica. Okay. All right. No. All right. But let me just show you one thing. You see, we are talking about violation of human rights. See one here, I know. You at the UN, this, you know. Human Rights Committee considers report of Jamaica. This is 2016. All right. We have the latest ones. But we just show you said things can be done, people. Things can be done, but we need impetus. We need people put them shoulders to the wheel. There's another one, Kevin. There's another one where is it this? There's another one too. Jamaica's compliance with international covenant on civil and political rights. These are all places where you can't take a complaint going on. There's one here, Kevin. Oh wait there. There's one here. We deleted the there's two of them. One from it's the State Department, and you did one with the one of them you take off the thing there. You take off the if you go back to things were removed, you'll see it. I just want to show the people them something. You find it?
1 second.
I'm going to show you something, people. I'm going to show you something, right? I'm going to show 1,518 devices. Sign the petition, people. But and again, don't give any money over there. Give the money to One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. So it's give@ojldf.net. Don't give it over where. What's this? Oh, hold on.
Change.org.
Okay, Kimani Pershart said we have to post a template which people can use to send out their own thing. We did something, you know. Kimani, we did something. Yeah, we did something. We did something with Jam, but I will certainly ask Janet to come back and then we can do it again. It's a State Department report, Kevin. It's none of these. No, it's none of these. And people, while we do this, we just want to know, say, see the Kevin, like that. All right, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, look on this, people. See that? Jamaica 2023 Human Rights Reports, right? I'm going to show you some things. Remember, we talked about the Magnitsky, and we said Magnitsky covers 3 areas. Magnitsky covers kleptocracy, stealing from the public coffers, corruption, using your official position for private gain, and 3, human rights, gross human rights violation, like when the police might kill off people. This are the 2020. This came from the State Department. Look what I highlight. Look what it said. Significant human rights issues. Them are talking about Jamaica now, 2023. Significant. This came out 2024. Significant human rights issues included credible, not incredible, credible reports of arbitrary or unlawful killings, including extrajudicial killings, police killings we are going on right now. This is 2023. We're not talking about 2025 yet, right? Cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment by the government. By who? The government. Harsh and life-threatening conditions in prisons and detention facilities. Arbitrary arrest or detention. Serious government corruption. And then it goes on to say extensive gender-based violence. But look down here, so. Look right here, so. The government of Jamaica did not take credible steps to identify and punish officials who may have committed human rights abuses. This is the entry for we people. This is our entry point now. For we going and say, yes, they didn't. And here are the incidents. Here are the dates. Here are the videos. Here are the people. This is it. And remember, this is just one organization, Because remember, the EU, they have their own organization. Canada, own organization. UK, own organization. And guess what? The UN. And not to mention, what name the Organization of American States, OAS. Not to mention them. Lots of places we can go. But we need to know enough of the talking, people. We're about action. Enough of the talking. These are the things we get the government, have them sleep, give them sleepless nights. No. You think them sleeping time, we come on and we talk and say, this is a problem, that is a problem. No. Because them said, this is going to go by the wayside. By the way, Paula Llewellyn, we're not finished with you yet, you know. We're not finished with you. No, we're not finished with you. We have the report, we just not do it, but we're not finished with you. And Mr. Ed Bartlett, we're not finished with you either.
Yeah.
We're not finished with you. Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, we're not finished with you yet. We have a report up here for you. But because time is at a premium, because we have so much things to talk about and to educate the people. But in addition to educating the people, we want to take action, decisive action. Yeah. Decisive action. And all of the people out there who say talk or not talk, please volunteer. If I talk, we talk. Volunteer. Since we identify the problem, volunteer and help us. Help us. We have 15 minutes, 16 minutes to go, and we have so much stories up there. So Kevin, fool me up, you know. Kevin, me not put Kevin in a bad light with the government still. Me don't want that. Me don't want them do nothing, you know. Because more Kevin go to Jamaica and him feel like. But Kevin, you know, Kevin are one of the guiding lights around here, you know. So Kevin, tell me what to talk about.
But since you can't go right now, meaning
Tuesday from the 29th, Jamaica for Justice about a march against human rights violation in Jamaica.
Yes.
So
yes.
people need to go out and support it, because this is how Black Lives Matter started in America. You know.
Hold on there. It's Kevin.
Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and it's
hold on there. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. People here know. I want to pay attention. Remember, I said we are doing things that the government has failed to do and will not do. The government will not educate you know, because when they get educated, it will be a problem for them. They need to be done spot, right?
Yeah.
Them not feeding no. That whatever do is show you a little entertainment and keep you happy. Make you forget about your problems. Well, what we are doing, we can. Yeah, hold on there. Kevin, what the Easter Bunny on there? What the Easter Bunny on there, Kevin? Come on, Kevin, man. Wait there. With the Prime Minister. It did it? Hold on there.
Yeah.
You spotted it?
Under our name.
Oh, Sita. People. This is how much them regard on, you know. Look on this.
1, 2, 3,
I that?
4.
I like that. Eh? No, that. We don't know what that, but hold on there. We just see it. We see a picture on it, man. Hold on there.
Yeah, man. No.
That is one of the picture.
Remove that, Bridget. No. Remove that.
All right. Hold on. See it here. Hold on there. Video for. See it here, sir. We don't know how that end up with her, with that right there. So Julius Wellness Easter Bond distribution. That is what happened right there. So I can send it to you while I show the other one. Hold on there.
I could do this again, man, because I might need to do it again.
You want to do it now or you want to do it next week?
With the Jongo Bongo. Hey. All right. Show this. Show this.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Remember, we talked to and telling us we have to do things, you know. We have to do things in a big way around here, you know, because here what happened now. We're unstoppable. We unstoppable no matter what they put in our way, you know. We just move it to the side and we just keep going because that's who we are. We have this indomitable spirit, right? We have the spirit where say we lick about with Talawa and we exhibit it all over the world. And so we're coming to Jamaica. Here it is, people.
Supporters cordially invite Jamaica.
Here it is.
The One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation and its global supporters cordially invite Jamaicans abroad and abroad to its inaugural reconnection on June 21st, 2025 at the Ranny Williams Entertainment Center in Kingston, Jamaica. Bring your entire family for a day of food, fun, entertainment, and information. Get an understanding of the Constitution and the skills necessary to exercise your rights and your civic responsibilities as Jamaican citizens. You can't afford to miss this inaugural Reconnection Rally, June 21st in Kingston. Tune in for further information and updates to Reason with Rattigan on YouTube and reggaeglobalradio.com, Saturdays at 3 p.m. New York time and at 2 p.m. in Jamaica.
See for yourself. Open your eyes.
See the people. I'm telling you something now. We are get all our permits, we have everything. And people, we never want to think it. But if them try to stop it, we don't know who to protest against. Because we are come for help on now, we know. We are come for help on and feed on a picnic, take care on a picnic, entertain on a picnic, entertain on a feed on a clothes, books, ties. We are come with the whole works. And we not ask for no. In fact, we are going to bus people. We are planning for bus people from St. Thomas, St. Mary, Whole Harbour, Portmore. We are bring people in and snacks will be provided on the bus in and on the way home. And we make sure we're going to keep it at a day event because we don't want a nighttime thing and evil befall us, you know, on our way home or whatever. So it's a daytime event, even though we have the place till midnight. We're not going till midnight. So we need people to make the contribution. All of you who say nothing now get done, make the contribution. We are asked for $50 per person. But if you can't put $50, you can only put 20 and 20 a week, that's fine. Every mickle make a muckle. So, one more time, Sita. All right.
The One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation and its global supporters cordially invite Jamaicans abroad and abroad to its inaugural reconnection on June 21st, 2025 at the Ranny Williams Entertainment Center in Kingston, Jamaica. Bring your entire family for a day of food, fun, entertainment, and information. Get an understanding of the Constitution and the skills necessary to exercise your rights and your civic responsibilities as Jamaican citizens. You can't afford to miss this inaugural Reconnection Rally, June 21st in Kingston. Tune in for further information and updates to Reason with Rattigan on YouTube and reggaeglobalradio.com, Saturdays at 3 p.m. New York time and at 2 p.m. in Jamaica.
See for yourself.
Open your eyes and see for yourself, people. Open your eyes and know for yourself. No make them fool you. The days of fooling people, it's over. Over. Right? So, we're going to play that and we're going to send it to all of the platforms so people can hear it and understand the message and get an appreciation of what we really are about. We're about helping the people of Jamaica. And some people might say, well, we're against government. No, we're not against government. We're against government action and inaction. It's nothing personal. There it is, Kevin. There it is. It's nothing personal. It's about the people of Jamaica that we have to make sure we take care of them people. Because there are people who can't take care of themselves, and we have the opportunity to do so. We have been blessed. We are fortunate that we can go in our pocket and make a donation. We can put up some things, and therefore it is our obligation. It is our right to do this. And so that is what we are going to ask for. We're going to ask for that. Now, we have 8 minutes left, but Kevin want to show something, and I want to show now how degrading it is for some of our people. How degrading, how the politicians them just use and abuse and just take for granted. And we know this, but when you see the stark reality on video, it's another thing. When people tell you, say, yeah, them do this and do that, but when you see it for yourself, we see the water one. right? How the woman happy to get the water come from. God knows where that truck used to carry. God knows. I mean,
The mindset.
the mindset gone.
Yeah.
The mindset gone. And so we are going to show this other video, yeah. Very telling video about how politicians view the people of Jamaica.
We're going to have to show it from Facebook.
It no matter, man. We just want the people them see the thing, brother. It up there?
Hold on 1 second.
And people will have to big up Kevin, you know, because no for them things that were going on, you know. It will be difficult for you to do. Well, it would be an insuperable task for me to do it. Yeah. I use one of Marlon. I rub shoulders with Marlon Morgan now. It would be an insuperable task for me to do. You know what? You're right. Yeah, you're right. You know what, people? It'll be difficult for me to do it. Let me just put it that way. It'll be difficult for me to do it. But Kevin out there and Kevin are going to do him thing, you know. So we have to give thanks to Kevin. So we want to big up Kevin, you know, right? Because Kevin never have to do it, you know, but Kevin's passionate about the things. And as you know, Kevin is a staunch supporter of the people. Kevin not really a deal with no party thing. He must say, yeah, what if the party take care of the people and there's no need for us? And like we said before, just go back the last 9 years, you know. Because we don't have a shared government system like we do in the US. It's like the first party will cross the finish line and them run the whole thing, right? And so this JLP party has been running it from 2016. So we don't need to make no comparison. We just need to look at what they have promised. We don't need to compare them to another party. We need to look at what they have promised, what they have delivered. That's what we need to do. Kevin, get ready.
I know what I need to do. I need to share it from my side. That's what I need to do.
Okay. All right. People want to know watch this, you know. Please want to know watch this. We don't have much time left. Time flies when we are teach and you know we are educated people and and we're passionate about it. You know, I'm gonna get my new chair, so I'm gonna see what I go on and on. You know, you know. So me feel good, people. It's good to be back. Good to be back in the saddle. And just attack the things them. And we attack things where we know, you know, incontrovertible. People can't come and say I lie, them things that we are show video and we are show documents. And you can't make up
own words. And them own
words. Yes, them own words. And we are go this minister, Senator Morgan, him going to have to go live with these words, you know, the words when answer Jeffrey today say him edit the 2020. If I said 2020, him just say him. Jeffrey asked him, "Did you read the manifesto?" And him say, "Read." Him say, "Me edit it." So we don't know for the 2016 one. More than likely, it's the 2021, right? So we're not going to even hold him to the 2016 one. We're going to hold him to the 2021, and because it's more than likely that's the one him edit, and him going to have to go live with those words when utter today and Chaka's program. I'm going to have to go live with it. So how we look, Kevin?
Let me see if I'm gonna share this. Yeah, I have to go work with this.
All right, no matter, man. Missy Brown, the new chair. I do it. See the Acha, Missy, I'll share something. How it go?
Recline.
Oh, Missy, me not join the
The man bossy, see Missy Brown. Bossy.
And it have footrest. We can stretch out like I'm a bed me there and just lay down and chill out. You know, so
maybe Tufton can put some in the hospital for visitors when they visit them family in the room.
That's true.
Sis, brother, I know.
No, maybe like that. No, I like that. Like this. Like this.
I'm just add it a while ago. Oh, this thing I'm just
like this.
Add.
Is it this?
Let me try.
I will have 3 minutes. All right, start it up there. People look on this.
I'm gonna try this, the people. Add some audio.
Van full of bun, man. Yeah, man. Watch up. Prime Minister wife I give a bun, man.
To who?
I get one. Fix up the argument, Ratty.
repent.
See that bun, man. I go no bun, and no better member so no get the bun when voting time come. One bun. Jason Mullins, we'll talk about the tariff thing. We'll talk about that next week. Good subject matter. So shall give a bun there now. Yeah, man. Shall give a bun there. I'll go pick them. Yeah, man. Them no see her for how long, but them come with a Easter bun and now when I eat that, and they're supposed to cast on a vote. Me not telling you not take the bun, you know. Me not telling you not take the bun because, you know, when hunger strike, we not have to deal with. But just remember, want to remember this. Want to think and say, wait, our vote are just one bun a year.
Bun them out.
See there? We can't move that. Yeah. So people watch at 7:59.
Come on, big respects, Sir Rattigan, Sir Kevin, blessed.
Much love, man. Much love.
Everybody like up the live so it can be the algorithm.
Yeah?
That's right.
What was that?
All right. Gentle people, I got
well, here one 7:59. Me try to see me can find
Reggae Global Radio.
Okay, Sita.
Reggae Global Radio.com.
Sita. Yes, people. It's a blessing to be here with all of you. So take care. Walk good. We're talking. So